And Forward Cody Director James Weston. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time this morning. We appreciate this. James Klesses from Forward Cody had contacted me about 2 or 3 months ago regarding some infrastructure that had been purchased through a Wyoming Business Council communities, business ready communities grant in about 2009, 2010. Park County was awarded about $500,000 to purchase a lift, a couple of lifts, and some snowmaking equipment and the infrastructure to put all that in. There was money from other sources, but this business ready communities grant came through the county as a pass through back then. What we're hoping to accomplish today is, James can elaborate on this, we are hoping to essentially convey the county's portion of this infrastructure to Forward Cody to then turn over or reconvey to Sleeping Giant. The consternation came about when I started digging into the business ready community rules, community block grant rules, and there's a place in here where it says that ownership of infrastructure, the infrastructure is to be sold or to be transferred to another entity. There should be a public hearing and this advertising and things like that. So that's why we're here today, is to hold the public hearing and then hopefully by your motion, you will see fit to convey this property over to Forward Cody. James.
Thank you. And so I appreciate the summary. I think many of you will recall as community members in 2008, the Sleeping Giant was acquired by Jim Nielsen from Keith Dahlman and his family. And the intent was to try to create a community recreation area for the recreation. And so we all pitched in as part of the goal. And one of the things that we did is we went to the Wyoming Business Council to see if we could obtain some money, match local contributions to provide the 4 pieces of infrastructure that hands alluded to. What basically happened is the $500,000 in state funding was matched by $1,178,151.55. I'll give you this. In local contributions to basically build out the west lift, the sheep eater lift, the magic carpet, tie everything together with wires that stayed intact and could carry power, and then also to do snow making to increase the length of the season. The Sleeping Giant operated under the Yellowstone Recreation Foundation from 2010 to 2020. Again, that core model was to build a place where area residents could go and ski and keep it happening within the Bighorn Basin. During that time, about 4,000 skier days were provided each year of that 10-year period of time. They built a cadre of certified instructors to teach people lessons. They provided free ski passes to the 5th graders throughout the entire Bighorn Basin. And then they had a number of scholarships that were provided to allow people who could not afford to ski the opportunity to do so. But again, the goal of the Recreation Foundation is to create a winter recreation facility, and they've done so. We as Forward Cody worked with you as a partner to acquire the funds from the state. Frankly, Forward Cody owns the infrastructure, 1/3 of the infrastructure on the mountain. We have a no-fee lease agreement with Yellowstone Foundation. But we've obviously achieved the first purpose. We asked the Business Council, what did they think? They said, you met all of our requirements. I see no sense in Forward Cody having an ownership or Park County having an ownership interest in it. It costs me money every year to actually own the organization that quasi owns this. And so we felt it was important that we just ask for the release of the interest, the public's interest in this. I think the important point here is that the value of that infrastructure is only valuable as it is installed in the mountain. As I've gone through and evaluated each of the respective components, in order to take out the electric or the snowmaking, or even to remove the big lift, that triple chair, it will cost more than the value of the product itself. And so with that, there is no piece value to this per se. The value is in the fact that we have an operational ski hill that has been in business for a decade. It's got some different management, marketing going on. That's actually seems like it's got some promise to keep the thing going. So as per the Business Council's guidance, we'd like to ask that these assets be released to the Yellowstone Rec Foundation. You in conjunction with Fort Worth Cody release those to them. And so we can allow continued growth in that winter recreation sector.
Just a couple questions. Is the still making machine or equipment, is it still around?
It is. Yes.
Oh, now,
It's not the same equipment that was purchased, and that's the point we could hang it up.
but
The pump froze the first year, and using local resources, they had by
who owns Sleeping Giant right now?
the Yellowstone Rec Foundation.
Okay,
And I have an
so it's
agreement-
not private.
No, they have an agreement with a private entity to operate and maintain it, and ultimately to own it. But the salient point is, the goal is to operate the facility. If we don't make this conveyance, there's a big chance that nobody will operate it.
Okay, just a quick question. We just want to make darn sure. I think it's a worthwhile thing. I really do. I think we'll go ahead with it. I just want to make sure that we're not in violation of any kind of state statute as far as taxpayer money going to a for-profit company.
So the Yellowstone Recreation Foundation is a nonprofit 501c.
Yeah, they are, but if eventually it's going to go to a for-profit corporation.
Correct, and by state statute, and it's 157105, and I can correct that. I got it right here somewhere. One of the provisions of that state statute is that if there is economic consideration for the transaction, it can go to anyone. And I guess what I would propose to you is that we have an operating ski area in Park County, Wyoming. And whether it's owned by a private or a nonprofit makes no difference to any of us in this community. It's a viable entity. To have a yard sale and piece it out, go get our
There's, Mr. Chairman, that's the only other question I have, and this is before my time, but if I remember, there was some Title III money that was given to this project directly from the county. And I believe the county bought the pump and all of that to supply water for the filmmaking equipment. And I'm not sure. And that was before my time, but if memory serves, that was the deal.
I think it was all business ready money off the actual components, but
Maybe that's highly possible.
Yeah.
But I'm just something, maybe, is there some way you can check back on that? I presume you could.
I can tell you that the pieces of equipment that we're talking about.
Yeah, there was-
We're all.
I remember there was some debate up in Clark about the county giving money to promote the ski area. And I know Tim French told me at one time that the county used some Title III Forest Service money, Title III, and they justified it with fire control. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I mean, if you just want to assume that it was all business council money, that's fine with me.
the pieces we're talking about right now are all the business stuff that was
Yeah.
purchased business.
Well, but I mean, the filmmaking equipment doesn't do any good without the pump. So,
That's correct. If it would please you, I have 17 pages of detailed accounting of everything, every single penny that was expended on that part of the business.
Okay.
I mean, if you'd like to look at it, you're super welcome.
Mr. Harrison, I believe I know the answer, but I want to ask it. So since 2010, we haven't had any expense as far as maintenance in this equipment. Today, they have taken care of it. Whoever's been operating and or the nonprofit has been taking care of the maintenance and overhead for the operation of this equipment, correct?
The lease was a no-cost lease with no maintenance passed to anyone else and all liability on.
However, moving forward, it's really could become a liability as ownership. Is that what I'm hearing? So if it goes to heck and they say, okay, it's lived its life, it's over, come get your equipment. This is probably a good move for the county to dispose of it before we have to it could be a liability moving forward if we kept it. It's gonna end up being a bunch of old reclamation stuff up there.
Mr. Chairman, you get to the point of if this was really even needed because of money through a business ready grant, most of the money goes to for-profit businesses that were popping up, and there was a lot of them that did. And accepting this money and then selling it afterwards. Some of these businesses did pop up. So, you know, as far as us being responsible, no, that would be part of the tag that was with this business ready grant. We were stimulating businesses, private businesses, to try to use this money.
So you're saying we wouldn't be held
No,
liable
we
for
we don't.
existing on the Mount Forest Service comes in and says
And it
tear
would
this
be-
down?
And that's why I question even why we needed this public hearing, because a lot of businesses do sell off property that accepted business ready grants. We didn't have to do a public hearing. So.
Met with the county attorney on this subject. There were several of us in the room and we kind of had the same conversation that he's not sure, but in going through what their rules were at the business council, it's like, well, this is their process. So, okay, we'll follow their process. But he agreed that this was something that the county could move forward with without it.
Commissioner Phil.
I'll move, we
You
go
can.
ahead and
Okay,
make,
period.
oh, that's right. I'll move.
And but since it's a public hearing, I have to call for public comment, and Jay doesn't have anything to say. Any public comment?
The only comment, Jay Nielsen with the Yellowstone Rec Foundation. I was simply here to, if you had some questions that I could bring any color to, I was here to answer those. Just to clarify that there was a sale that happened on the assets that are on the hill with Nick Piazza, his group. And so the purpose or the end game here is that those assets would eventually end up in Nick Piazza's group so he can continue. He purchased the hill with the aim to keep that going as an economic development project, which I think is, you know, what we're talking about here with these funds. These funds have done exactly what they were intended to do, and that is promote the winter recreation up in the corridor up there. So Nick's group has purchased that. It's conditional on all the assets that are needed to operate that facility being transferred as well. And so this is part of that, those assets.
Okay.
How are we doing schedule wise here?
Way over.
Way over. Oh, all right. Oh, I still gotta ask. Okay, so in a nutshell, the nonprofit sold to a private. With these assets included in, where did the profit coming from the sale of that, where did that money go and what is it doing now?
Thank you for the question. And I think to clarify, this for-profit entity up there has never turned a profit. It is the epitome of a community
Did you
project.
receive any revenue for the sale of it?
I believe it was $1. I may be mistaken, and it might be $100.
Okay, that's all I needed.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Phil.
Madam Chairman, I move we close the public hearing.
Second. Moved and seconded. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye. Madam
Motion
Chairman,
carries.
I'll move that we make the transfer.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something.
Yeah. Yeah. And to your point, I asked anybody, said, if anybody wants to buy this for $1, raise your hand, raise your hand. Nobody.
All
did.
righty. Right. Next up, we have LGLP Board of Directors ballot.
First Deputy Park County Clerk. Hands. Yeah.
See you, Jay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just forwarded this on to Molly and to the chairman. We get this ballot every year from LGLP, which is the Local Government Liability Pool. They are the county's liability carrier. And they are governed by a board of directors that has representation from special districts, from cities, from counties, at large, et cetera. This is, again, a ballot that the Board of County Commissioners should be taken care of, not county response. So
Yep.
that's just, so there you go.
Okay, we have two nominees. We have to vote for two nominees, up to two nominees. There we go. And we have four in front of us, so.
I believe there's
Right,
Three for municipal, one for,
yes.
yeah.
So
one for special district.
Okay, so the special, so do I get a nomination for special
I
district?
would nominate the special district representative, Lindsay Woodward.
Second.
Moving seconded, further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we need two municipal. Or one, none. Lloyd,
Mr. Chairman, I nominate Linda Smith, a municipal elected official.
and do you want to put another one in there?
Kelly.
Krakow. Okay, moved. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thanks, Hans.
I'll get that submitted.
Perfect.
On that.
Okay, well,
Make sure that we on break.
we're on break till 10:15.
I need to tell you something. I got this trip card in our airplane schedule change.
Yeah.
And we weren't gonna leave until the 8th, which is Wednesday after our meeting, but now we're leaving at 7, so I'll miss the meeting.
I'm not happy to read this part.
And I know we have a discussion on there with the city and the sewer lagoons, and so be it, I mean, that's.
Well, so you'll be gone the 7th, you'll be gone the 7th, so there'll be the three of us here on the 7th. I'll look at our agenda and I might clean it up and make sure we might move some stuff.
I'll miss the first 2 meetings.
Yeah, we don't think we can change IEC.
It's been advertised.
That's all right.
We all.
As far as goes, so you'll miss
Are we gonna
the
break now?
Yes, we are.
discussion. Do you have any feedback on that? Do you have any input?
Okay.
I don't know, I think it's a great idea.
Yes.
Well,
No, I don't think we have anything other than. I mean, I don't know how much you want to touch on the sewer.
Well, I mean, number one,
That could
as far as I'm concerned, it's for federal land.
I remember everyone's name too.
Damage that they've done in the last 10 months.
Yeah.
Another 3 years. And then not everything left.
Not yet. It'll be,
and the reason
I
I
get all the money for.
I'm not
Park stuff.
pushing short of that. Kids be all over.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. I'm pitch hitting today.
Are you?
Yeah,
They sent in the A team.
you betcha.
To a specific, or specific. And it doesn't.
What are you guys gonna do with those 6 a.m. signs?
They belong to Joe and Lee, because they only spent like 12 years.
Only 12 years, it's gonna take to get this. I was gonna say, I'll take one of those at the one.
He's always looked for county road signs in people's houses, so maybe they ought to be careful.
Yeah, right? They're gonna have this 6 after you or?
Yeah, there's those all over the county.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe on the bubble of, or need a little bit more education and exposure as to what
They're actually in better shape than I thought.
what
Yeah, I mean, that's a collector's item right there.
Opinions are.
That's awesome.
And with that. We can highlight.
Okay.
Peter, what did you want to see the written portion of this irrigation?
Hey, Molly. I'm leaving at noon, so anything I need to sign through my stamp, just tap it right here. Steve, how you doing?
Pretty good. How's it going with you, Joe?
We're doing okay.
I see they're making headway on the game and fish out there, I
You
guess.
know, I tell you, they were stalled for a while. I think they were.
Mhm.
But now it's coming on a regular basis. They're working 7 days a week.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. In fact, they're electricians, they finally got some electricity hooked up. They got a bunch of work lights in there.
Uh-huh.
They're starting at 6 in the morning and working till 7 or 8.
Oh, really? Make up for lost time.
Oh,
Is it all dried in already or not? Oh, that's what they're trying to do
They're
there.
trying to get it
Get
dried.
it all dried in, yeah.
Or winter. In fact, they're working on the trusses now. They get about half the trusses up.
Yeah, I haven't been up there for a while to, go by and take a look at it.
Wind blew last night.
Oh, geez.
This morning, I looked out, I expected to see all the trusses laying out there. They stayed.
Yeah, shoot. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday, when I came over to work, it was really howling here. At home, it was barely doing anything, but boy, last night it just hit there in Matisse too. It just hammered us.
Saturday night was bad.
Yeah.
But last night was worse. I don't know what it was, but I know, my house was pretty tight, and it was rattling the whole thing.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, there was a trailer laying over there between, just between, Well Driller's place and the dump road, laying on its side. And it must have been a light one. It looked like kind of a construction trailer, that they use for an office or something. And it was just laying there, no rig with it, so.
I tell you, driving down the interstate, down towards Cheyenne, when you get all that damn wind. And every year they have a number of semis turn over.
Uh-huh.
And I couldn't imagine driving a truck and have that sucker turn over.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, it just starts pushing you, and then you just, and yeah. Yeah, they're around Chugwater. Boy, it's a hooter sometimes. I've been through there several times there at Chugwater, and boy, it makes Clark look like a kindergarten.
Oh, I know it. I always thought that would have to be a wild ride driving on those things.
Oh, yeah.
And all of a sudden you just start going to the right, and I just won't come back, and it's boom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it blew through the summer here. I'm trying to remember when that was, but at the north end of Oregon Basin, you go past Kanye's place and then start going through those dips there. There was two camper trailers blown over sideways out there. Yeah, that was in the summer here. And the people were still there yet, and the old boy was sitting on the trailer was on its side, so he was sitting on the frame just trying to get his thoughts together again. Of course, people, they don't have a lick of sense. They don't think, well, if I slowed up 10 miles an hour, it probably wouldn't push me around like that. Well, there you go.
I don't know, the wind in this country does some weird stuff.
Yeah, it does.
Place out in Belfry. I was working at the Big Hat then, and I had a guy that was contracting my hay out.
Mm-hmm.
And he got it cut and everything, and they had to come to town. And well, I'm sure he's bailing, so I'll run up there and just take a look. And I pulled the top of the hill, and there's no bales. I'm going, well, hell, they couldn't have baled it stacked and all, So I got looking around, drove into the house, there was no hay stacks. And the only thing I could think, it must have been a mini whirlwind.
Uh-huh.
And you couldn't rake it, there wasn't any hay left, it just picked it up and took it
Took it somewhere.
Yeah,
Really?
I mean, that was 45 acres of hay.
Oh, geez, just gone. Dang, the deer were eating it out of the hills then,
I
probably.
guess, I have no idea where it went. Most times it blows, it'll hang up to the fence.
Uh-huh.
If you got a windrow, it'll roll over.
It'll blow your windrows around, but
You can rake it back up, there wasn't nothing to rake.
oh, geez, the willikers. Yeah,
My horse went hungry that way.
boy, I guess.
Any rate, that money. we accounted for.
Did you sell that other piece behind your house then to HR then? Yeah, yeah. Good. Yeah,
Yeah, the whole thing, it worked out great for me.
yeah, well, good.
Well, that's my only, I wish I'd have held off another year with the game of fish, I'd double my money.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But as Lee pointed out, they probably wouldn't have been able to afford it then.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you could have given them a heck of a deal.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now you don't have to irrigate so much.
More than I want to.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I tell you, if it wasn't for, I still like to go to the mountains, even though my back's really bothering me. I can't go as much as I used to.
Yeah.
And I like having horses around.
Mhm.
with my back the way it is, I mean, it hurts like hell to change that pipe. And when I
Yeah.
got my two longest sleds are 44 joints in your pipe. And that tries me.
Oh, yeah, 40, yeah. Oh, doggone right. 10-inch pipe holes.
Oh, yeah. It's
Or 12. Yeah.
Just do it as long as I can. And I said,
That's when you gotta invite the grandkids out there for a party, you
well,
know.
that's the problem too. My grandkids got no interest in farming or horses or anything. I
Uh-huh.
got them horses there and they come ride them, you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Too many other things going on. Too many other things going on.
Well, I guess my oldest grandboy, he's a junior down at UW.
Really?
5 minutes.
And then my middle granddaughter, she's a sophomore at college, she's transferring to UW next year.
Uh-huh.
And then my youngest granddaughter, she graduated from high school.
Yeah.
And then I got my two grandkids are boys' children, let's say, one of them's 5 and a half, the other's 2 next year. So, I mean, I can't believe I got a grandson who just turned 22.
Uh-huh.
How'd
Yeah.
that happen, Joe?
Yeah.
You have a grandson that's a man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's hard to believe.
Yeah. My wife and I have a couple of grandkids. The daughter is now 26, I think. The granddaughter's 26. The other one's 22 or 3. He runs the
That's how old my
ranch.
kids are.
What's that?
So that's how old my kids are.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the middle grandson, he's running the old Webster place over there now for the owner. Yeah, dang.
Now you're ready.
Getting diving right into it. Boy, he's learning a lot.
Gotta get your drugs.
Kim, I'm pinch hitting for Ed today. He couldn't make it.
Okay, well,
So don't ask me any hard questions, okay?
I never have.
No.
4 minutes. 3 minutes.
Because I know Ed is, and Steve's in.
So you are.
Yeah, we're gonna fish for 2 days and shoot birds for 4 days. But,
Just birds. It's
Shotgun, what shotgun are you taking? Are you gonna use shotgun down there?
No, I just run them down there. They got the alley down there.
She approached.
No, that's the only gun we stand there. Probably just,
Are they shooting, are they shooting ponies down there?
yeah, you couldn't do it.
No.
She is the top.
I mean, yeah, the
So they're
average
just the.
is 850 rounds a day per gun. I told my friend Ramon, he said, was that gonna be enough for you? And I said, you know, I don't think I can physically shoot that much.
I had some buddies that took a guy down there from Texas to break the most doves killed in 1 day record.
Oh, really?
And they came in, there's a lodge down there that they go to, everyone goes to try and break this record. They came in behind the Beretta team. Beretta team didn't do it, and these are just a bunch of hillbillies from Texas that have a shooter. And he did it, it was like 14,000 doves or something like that. But they said what the worst thing that happened to him is he's a shotgun shooter that closed his eye. He said they had to ice his eye down the next day because he closed his eye so many times that the muscles just. But they had like six shotguns and they just kept handing.
Well, years ago when I had Cove Connection, I took a group that was 8 of us went down there, and the last day that we hunted, 8 of us shot 7,000 rounds one after that. And I had 3 shotguns.
They're harvesting the lead out of those places now.
Oh, I'm sure.
Those farms are harvesting the lead out of those fields.
I had three guns burning. I had 2 there. And I go through it like 4 times. Go 3 guns, boom, 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 boom. So wait a minute, no mind. I take, get a sip of beer or water or whatever. Okay, let's do it.
All right. Never enough about hunting, but enough about hunting. Next up, we have Park County Planning and Zoning Planner 2, Kim Dillon, assisted by Patty Humphrey, public hearing, Willwood Dam minor subdivision sketch plan review.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the applicant and property owner for this parcel is Daniel Martin. This property is in the GRP zoning district, planning areas, Cody Powell rule. We did receive an application for this minor subdivision in August of this year, including all the things you would expect to see, pavement and sketch plan. And then we got a revised sketch plan on October 14th of this year. The applicant requests approval of this 3-lot minor subdivision. And essentially all lots are just a little bit over 5 acres. And you see in figure 1 on the 3rd page, you see that the sketch plan. And the location is shown in figure 2. It's just over 5 miles southwest of Ballston, about 1.5 miles southeast of Highway 14A. And it's just north or northwest of County Lane 14, and it's about 1/10 of a mile north of the Willwood Dam. As I mentioned, this is a GRP, and these lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. Neighboring land uses, you can see in figure 3, this property is surrounded by primarily residential land. The river is to the west, and across the river then is primarily agricultural land. This parcel is currently vacant, containing native vegetation. There is a dirt berm because the Willwood Canal, or a Willwood Canal, I'm not sure if the multiple or if it's the Willwood Canal.
It is the
Willwood Canal flows through the center. And otherwise, the topography is generally flat. Municipal review is not required because it's not within a mile of any municipality. There was a notice of intent to subdivide that was published twice in August. Today's notice of public hearing, that was in the Powell Tribune, that occurred on October 28th and November 9th of this year. And on October 28th, the certified notice to neighbors went out as required. We didn't do, of course, agency referrals. You saw a list of all the people we notified and who we received responses back from. Park County School District, the Park County Fire District, and the U.S. Postal Service, they all mentioned that they could provide services, Mr. Chairman. We did get a response from the Powell-Clarksburg Conservation District. Originally, we got a notice back, this is in April, that there was not a current soils report for that property. But then we did get actually a soils report in early November of this year. So there is a soils report, and we shared some of that. Weed and pest, Mary did an inspection, did not find any noxious weeds. However, because of historical use, she is requiring a weed management plan. Garden Light Power, they responded. They said they have the capacity to provide service, and as of early November of this year, electricity is adjacent to each proposed lot. We did get several responses back from Public Works. You had a chance to see those. We shared those with you. Public Works said the property has legal access from County Lane 14. Then that was in the first email. In their letter from October, they talked about right-of-way permits that would be required, and they're not requiring a runoff or erosion control plan. Black Hills Energy said they can provide service, and they do have a line that's located along each of these proposed lots. Willwood Irrigation District, they're aware of this project. We've not received a formal review yet from them. TCT said they could likely be able to provide wireless internet and phone service. Park County Treasurer, property taxes are paid. Wyoming Game and Fish does not have specific concerns with this subdivision, but they continue to be concerned with the number of subdivisions. We've not had any public comments. There was a pre-app meeting that occurred in April. The application fee for sketch plan has been paid. We did receive a title report with a date of February of this year. Solid waste, of course, can be provided by private companies. No roads are proposed for this subdivision. Of course, none are necessary. Again, down at I'm on the bottom of page 9 under whether or not there's any hazardous features. We did mention again that the Willwood Canal does run through this property. There is a berm, could be considered a hazard given the fact that you might argue that there's a steep slope there. In terms of wastewater requirements, Mr. Chairman, a subsurface evaluation was done in May of this year. Perk tests were done on lots 1 and 3. Those range from 6 to 7 minutes per inch. Excavation cuts were done on those same lots. 10 feet, no groundwater was discovered, so it appears like should this subdivision be approved and lots developed, conventional systems would probably be adequate. In terms of domestic water, there was a water sample that was collected from a hydrant, which is from this property, it's just to the northeast, and no coliform E. coli was found. Originally, Mr. Chairman, you might notice on page 12, we said further water tests were conducted because originally the water test that was conducted didn't test for all the elements we require, so it was done again. And so I'm reporting on that. Nitrogen was detected at less than 1 milligram per liter, which is below that cutoff of 10. Fluoride was detected, arsenic was detected, but those things were all below the maximum contamination levels. Sodium was detected at 371 milligrams per liter. EPA recommends that sodium concentrations not exceed 30 to 60 milligrams per liter. My understanding is for individuals who are sensitive to the taste of sodium, they claim that's when those individuals could first taste it. So they recommend it not being above that. But of course, sodium obviously is a nutrient, and also you see language saying people on low or no sodium diet should consult their doctors. TDS was detected at over 1,000. The maximum contamination level is 500. Again, that is essentially a secondary standard. High levels of TDS can produce taste effects or show up as cloudiness in the water. Egg impacts. The applicant, we have a statement there in the middle of page 13 that the applicant is planning to comply with weed pest. We expect they'll comply with Willwood. They don't anticipate to introduce any pest or litter problems. This parcel is not in an ag overlay district with water rights. This property is within the Willwood irrigation district. As I mentioned, there is a canal that passes through the property. According to a disclosure statement, the parcel has no irrigation water rights. However, you did notice that we have a recommended condition. We would like to hear back from the Willwood Irrigation District for them to confirm whether or not there's no water rights, and just to talk about that berm and talk about the canal. Possibly, Mr. Chairman, this property is not within any overlay district. Planning and zoning reviewed this on October 20th. They recommend approval. They have conditions. All those conditions have been met or are no longer required. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? From staff? For staff? Public hearing, any public comments? Hearing none, entertain a motion.
I'll ask the chairman who's supposed to there.
Second.
Moving second to close the public hearing. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I missed a question for staff, but on the condition of hearing back from Willwood Irrigation, I mean, is that really necessary when you have already written into it? Lost it. Under irrigation, agriculture impacts, number 3 and number 4 about existing irrigation facilities and easements. I mean, it's already basically if they have protect it. Willwood, in my opinion, 3 and 4 protects your Willwood irrigation already. So if they don't want to respond on water rights, which we really don't police anyway. I mean, should that be a condition?
Yeah, we recommended, we thought it would be a good idea, we thought it'd be a good idea to hear back from them formally, and again, basically to confirm, because we don't know, to confirm that there's no water rights on this property, and then just any comments they may have, because there's this.
I understand.
Canal.
My question to the board, I guess, is we want to put those conditions on people that, I mean, they have every chance to respond. If they don't want to respond, I mean, should we be holding up?
I would, if it was me, I would say, yeah, we probably ought to make it a condition. And I understand where you're coming from about the water rights. We don't have any water rights, there's no big deal. But my big concern was that the canal flows through the property. And so I would like to hear what they say, just so any future landowners who buy the property know what they're dealing with. That's all.
And I guess that's my point on like 3 existing irrigation facilities. The existing irrigation structures and easements may not be relocated or otherwise disturbed without the proper approval of the owner or subject to structures. It's already in there. That's my point.
Okay. I mean, I go.
What's your recommendation?
I would rather not hold this up. If Willwood irrigation doesn't respond, the condition should have at least a time limit. I mean, if you don't respond within 30 days.
Well, go ahead, Doug.
I just wondered if it's holding it up, this is a sketch plan.
Yeah.
And I think this is a condition for final plat.
Okay.
Is that my understanding? So it's really not gonna hold things up. It just is one step that they won't complete it before final plat.
Okay.
Good, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I-
that's where I was going.
may I add something to that? We will provide an easement of some kind along Willwood Canal there regardless. We just haven't heard back from what they want. Now, if you get in the Shoshone district, they require 50 feet each side of any lateral or canal or anything. Out on Hart Mountain, the Hart Mountain Canal has 80 feet on one side, 60 feet on the other. So, it all depends, might be what they want also.
Okay.
But we will show some kind of an easement there for the Willwood Canal.
Mr. Maggie, unfind that with the condition as long as it isn't holding the process.
Sketch plan, I understand.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move we approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Great. Thank you very much.
Oh, for the detached.
So
Yeah.
the next one is the,
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
next up, we have Retirement Ridge final plat review. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the applicant property owner for this property is Kim Kaufman. This property is in the zoning district GRP, the planning area is code by rule. We did receive the final plat application on October 27th, coding payment, the final plat. We did get a revised final plat on November 10th of this year. You can see that in figure 1. The applicant requests approval of this final plat. This subdivision will be one lot of just over 18.22 acres. It'll be for residential use. Should this be approved, there'll be a remaining parcel of 35.9 acres. And in terms of location, this property is located approximately 6 miles west of Ralston. It's directly south of County Lane 11, and the property has an address of 2106 County Lane 11. And you can see basically its location relative to Ralston on page 4 in Figure 2. As I mentioned, this is in GRP. This lot size is proposed is consistent with that zoning district. Neighboring land uses, you can see in figure 3, it's primarily agricultural. There are some residential uses primarily to the southeast. In terms of site characteristics, in figure 4, you see a topo map. Property is relatively flat, has a gentle slope. This property is not within any municipality, so that review is not required. No public hearing, of course, is required for final plat review. We have an agency referrals. We have a list there of the agencies that have, that we've sent a notice out to and who has responded. Garland Electric Power, they said they can provide service to the subdivision. And the response showed a overhead power line coming to the northwest corner of proposed lot 1. Of course, this is a simple subdivision, and so electricity or utilities do not need to be made adjacent. Weed and Pest responded. They did initial review. Mary found noxious weeds. As a result, a long-term noxious weed management plan will be required. That has been approved and has been submitted. Park County Fire Protection 1 responded. They have the ability to provide fire protection. The school district 1 has the ability to provide bus service. TCT said they could provide wireless internet and phone service. Possibly, line of sight is required. Conservation District, we shared with you their summarization letter. They mentioned the soils type on this property. Black Hills Energy said they can provide gas to this lot with a main they have along County Line 11. U.S. Postal Service said they can provide mail service. You saw at the bottom of page 7, Mr. Chairman, and top page 8, we've had a lot of conversations with Park Mountain Irrigation District. I'll just skip to the final one. So in the middle of page 8, in an email from November 10th, Park Mountain Irrigation said that they have approved the water distribution plan for this property. And they also sent a notice that a water master has been appointed for this property. That they said that water master has looked at the water distribution plan and he has also approved it. So essentially that water distribution plan has been approved. Treasurer said property taxes are current on this property. Even Fish said they have no specific concerns. Again, concerned with the number of proposed subdivisions in the county. Public Works, they shared a letter with us. We shared it with you. Commented on access will be from lane 11. Will require right-of-way permits, of course, and a runoff and erosion control plan not required. We've not received any public comments regarding the subdivision. Planning and Zoning looked at this sketch plan on September 22nd of this year. They recommended approval. All their conditions, Mr. Chairman, have, of course, recommended conditions. All those recommended conditions have been met. Plat Review Committee looked at this on November 8th, had some corrections. We did get a revised final plat on November 10th. Otherwise, on what we have in our staff report, Mr. Chairman, is just some findings of facts. We have 2 recommended conditions, and we're happy to answer questions you might have.
Any questions? Just a quick question on TCT and last subdivision too. They said that service is not guaranteed. Do they actually go out there and look for line of sight? I'm thinking probably the George Farm Tower might be line of sight, but that seems to be in the dead area that we're talking about. Ralston.
You know, to be honest, I don't know if they go out to do any field work or not. Do you know?
I don't know. I assume they just put that on there just as a disclaimer that
Yeah.
they might not be able to.
Yeah, I promises.
But
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve subdivision 279, final plat review.
moving seconded, further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You bet.
Hard to have for me to have a subdivision with only a lot one.
I know.
Makes no sense. Sorry, that's just me.
Well, next up, we got
So-
quite a bit early, so.
Mr. Chairman, did we get IT to give us a
How to,
Map server?
how to put the map server up on that computer.
Lloyd's assistant colleague, yeah.
Lloyd's assistant called.
We'll see.
Molly's, the inside joke here is I am, well, Joe and I are kind of a dead heat, but.
No, you got to be.
I never had a smartphone until a couple of years ago, so I'm very IT literate.
Keep that there. Roy.
I got lucky once on finding an unplugged or plugged in the wrong thing.
Your interview, that was skill. So that was skill. I know exactly what I was doing. Come on, Madam IT.
Representative Winters. See you lurking back there.
There he is.
You're welcome to come in and sit and listen to our exciting shooting complex.
Molly, is there somebody sitting out there?
And where'd you want?
Mount Sterling,
Yeah, there.
there,
Yeah, well, give me just a second.
North Dakota, here is the shooting complex.
Do you want to put in the address or?
Where's the address? I'm trying to pull it up right now. Owner of Park County.
This.
Different map.
Yeah.
Already question.
Where's Brian?
Not anything I see one.
I forgot that.
Showed.
Yeah, I can't do what I left to look there.
And
I switched it to two. Let me make sure I switched it to
You
two.
get it?
Yeah, we have it there. It just won't.
They won't display up above. That's-
Well, let me see if I.
You need the little handy dandy laser pointer there. You got one?
I've got one.
You. Jake left it, but he didn't have one in your
Now, he gave it to me. That now.
Bill.
That should be two.
Came on for a second.
well, I think a lot of the questions that I have, my concerns with the agencies and or the answer to those, and that is were these four shooting things with these concerns, the biggest safety issues, were they there prior to the expansion? Or were they after?
Don't see it over there. We don't see anything over there.
Okay. That's.
I'd say there's one thing.
I'm right. And this guy too.
And the topic is not,
I just feel like.
you see through this road, the ridge is up like this, this is almost directly in line, right above the. Concern, so they brought the fence, and they actually left the fence on that side.
You're on the one what's listening to us. Help, I need help up here in the commissioners. I can't get us to go to the
Over the ridge.
laptop will project onto the screen.
I'm just saying what their safety issues are, which I have to.
F8, it function
That's what I was
F8.
just doing prior to, of which is somehow got overlooked for the concern of like how, with this path, with your, this goes up and.
Oh, you can just sit down up front.
Extend or
Right off the bat.
duplicate?
What should I do? Up here?
Yep.
Right now, I see.
Duplicate or extend?
Tiger, how you doing?
Duplicate.
Good, come on in. It's trying to get the map up there.
Okay.
Okay, we'll write it. All right, thanks. I'll be right up.
I just went to Google.
Oh, just Google.
Well, I went to the Carr County map server, but then you can go to a different map view. And I just went to Google Maps. So pull up, if you go to, it don't matter. I mean, it's.
Because that's a better picture than the one, the layer that I'm using is 2019.
Yeah, I'm not sure when this, but I just,
Maybe just because I just ran up the stairs.
so I was on Park County Map Server. I went to the parcel. Then I went to,
Oh, went to Google instead of layer.
yeah, I just went to Google, different map view. I just went to Google.
See, I feel like
Google,
you're right.
and another layer.
It seems like there should be. something
Because,
connected.
It doesn't
one
show
of
the
them
property.
is actually hooked to that
It
guy,
does show the border line.
I mean, this guy.
There's-
Fix it.
Yeah, well, it's just
Does this
already
need
that
to be
way.
hooked? Because when I went, which one? Because it's hooked, so this. This, I believe, is what's hooked to under there, and that's why the G two notch.
Yeah, we need to go.
I think
This one
so.
that needs to plug in. You want it in this laptop?
Yes.
Fire going.
Well, I think it's plugged in
Short-lived
here.
rain.
There we
There
go.
it is.
There it is. You work on that later?
Yep.
Because it works now, that's what you need, thank you so much. Good call. All right, so, who wants to sit here?
You.
No, I gotta do that. Can't do both.
Well, I think.
Brian, you wanna
I
sit
think
here
the-
for
the
them and
area in question is,
move it where they need it, yeah, or whatever.
uh, Brian, can you come out of layer and go into Google as opposed to?
Different map view is what we're after.
Oh, different map view. So go to, but on the map server,
Yeah, on the map server, it should give you the option to
Can you close that site?
slide it sideways.
close this right here.
Yeah. can you close this?
There you go.
Yeah, no, layers.
Oh, like the latest serial or something.
You want the latest
There's
one,
a
2020?
2020.
I don't know how I got it up, because mine's looking,
You have Google Maps? Is that what you're saying?
that's why I went, it's,
Oh, we could do
you
that.
have an option to go to a different
Slide
map.
your mouse over to
Slide
right
over
next to
to-
FEMA zones on the right, far right, in that empty area farther right.
Farther.
Keep scrolling up.
Okay, let's scroll to the
I guess
top.
that's what all you can do. Oh, hit info. Go click on info. Different map view.
Different map view.
Oh, okay,
Now hit Google.
there we go.
There. Oh, thanks.
Sorry.
That gives you a little better.
Should I get to this?
Now you can zoom in.
Where's my kid?
So I mean, what's the question here is, what we're talking about is when we expanded got the property to expand the shooting range, then you guys had to fence it, but there was an agreement to leave trails and roads, some trails and roads, open trails and roads. Dossie's met with Chad Kraus from BLM, and apparently one of them with the trails that were roads that were agreed to be left open, been fenced over with no access. So that's where we're at.
Okay, that map is totally wrong. Has nothing to do with it. We go all the way to the highway, come along all the way to the highway. And we go on past the driveway there, which you're not looking at, all the way down further. And then it comes up and around and ties into the top of here. The bike trail is down here where it says Dry Creek. The bike trail runs right down Dry Creek.
When we had that big meeting out there, when we were discussing with the Forest Service, I made it perfectly clear to those
Was it
people
over the forest?
that I had, did not want anything to do with your bike trail. That was just a problem. So we're quarter mile down the road on those bike trails. We did not interfere with any bike trails. What we did do, there was a tank trail. As he can testify to, and nothing up, you would never get a bike on it, you would never take a bike up it, and it runs right along the type of the ridge. Our property line goes over the mountain and down halfway the other side. We just up on the top is what we think. If we allow people to go up on that top, that road only goes maybe quarter mile, maybe quarter mile,
1,100.
and then it ends. They'll be right above fire line, and we'll end up killing somebody. So, you know, we put the fence right across that two-track road. It's just a tank trail road. Right across it to keep people from walking up there above the fire line.
Brian, can you slide that up just slightly? Good. Just hold that, just push it up. Or we up the other, there, a little more. Okay. The bike trail, there's a turnoff off the county road here. And the main bike trails is on right here at the bottom end of the bike trail.
That's the
And
parking
the
lot.
majority, and there's a parking lot and everything.
Okay.
And the majority of the bike trails are in the bottom here. The part that is fenced in question is right up here. All of these bike trails are still open. But it's fenced across, approximately right there, Otis. And this, it goes down.
Right here, it's this road comes in here, it comes over here, where it hits these trees. The road, right in here, it's a little, maybe goes not even 150 yards maybe. And the road goes across that road, and then it comes up here.
But that's
and
all
it follows this ridge over here. We're all over here, but it follows this ridge. It's nowhere near the bike trail, nowhere near it. I mean, we're a quarter mile from them.
The pictures that we received are right here where the fence goes across, and up here on this ridge where it goes across. And the safety issue is these, correct?
Yes.
Otis?
Yes.
Shooting things. It doesn't look at, because this is quite a ridge here, but this road drops down directly behind those shooting things and directly in line behind those target spots. So, you know, there's definitely a safety concern. And I think there's some misconception here as to where that we closed a lot of bike trails. The only, Otis closed a lot, but the only part that's closed is 1,140 feet from here, where it dead ends right here outside the property. And it only exits at the property maybe 50 yards to a turnaround spot that doesn't overlooks all of this country. I walked over it. Well, it's gonna be quite short. So, you know, whether this was considered part of the bike trail, then I guess we did break the agreement, or Otis did, but he did it for safety reasons, in my opinion. Because this, if they continue to use this road, it will be directly behind the existing fire road.
So the question I've got is, was that road in use as a bike trail before the
No.
property was conveyed?
The bike trail is down in this game. Right there.
So what
That
do we,
is the bike trail.
The picture
And
that I
when we had the meeting out there, I told him, I said, I didn't want to go anywhere near your bike trail.
And the bike trails are down, most of them are down here. And in this area.
I think it's some four-wheel Jeep person who likes to tear up his thing and go up that road.
Mr. Chairman, the meeting that I had with Chad Kraus of the BLM, he clearly handed me a picture that showed the fence going across the road, and he had the complaints, so he went out and looked at it and took that picture. And he said that it was one of their bike trails that went up into the Rock Mountain area. So I would suggest that Chad Kraus meet with Otis and maybe Commissioner Teal out there to confirm what we're looking at and what the problem is with the BLM access people, because they're the ones that made the complaint to the BLM.
I know BLM, I talked to them also, but my thoughts are, if you put a gate in, or they cut the fence or whatever and go up that road and they get hit, shot, I want something in writing that says that we didn't want anything to do with that. We had it fenced. Because we had one person with a dog at the end of the 550 yards. In all the years I've been out there, it was about 40 years, we had one person with a dog walking back there, and they came in from the other side. But if we're gonna 3-gun shoot, they're shooting shotgun, rifle, and pistol. And I'm telling you, when they shoot, you can hit them with a shotgun, much less pistol or rifle.
Can I, if I can ask you what you were referring to then, and I'm gonna go back to the meeting because you and I were both there.
Okay.
And when we were having this discussion, there was some talk about development and the bike trails. And you mentioned, as president of the shooting range, said an archery range will come closest to this road, but will be designed to have shooters fire away to the north. The next sentence is there will be no shooting in that direction at any time. Were you just talking about archery, or were you talking about the entire range?
No, we were down in that hole, down in that valley.
Where we were meeting.
Where we were having that. And I said there would be no shooting towards that at all. But when you go around the mountain, and we're on the other, totally on the other side, we're on one side of the mountain, they're on the other side of the mountain. And we're shooting into that mountain, which is perfectly safe. But if you have somebody up on top of the mountain, and those bullets are hitting here and ricocheting up, I can't be responsible for that.
Not sure that was totally understood in the conversations out there with the BLM or the bike people. And one of the conditions, the problem is one of the conditions with the BLM asking for this land transfer was the combination of public recreation use, the shooting complex and the bike trails. So that's where we need to get it
I
figured
made
out.
it perfectly clear that I did not want to interfere with the bike trail
Right.
at all.
Yeah, you did.
And that is not a bike trail.
Okay,
I mean, that is not a bike trail.
that's what we have to clear up.
No, it is not. It is not a bike trail at all. It looks like an old four-wheel drive, tear up your truck type thing, even on it.
Mr. Chairman, I do think there is some confusion here because it says right here, trail, this is the part, this is where you begin to buy your stuff. This is where you guys have the meeting. And that is quite a ways, a large, this is hard to see from this, but this is a large green mountain, if you will. And they are completely on the side, and the property that is fenced is clear up this vicinity. And the only trail with that picture of that fence, and I looked at that picture too, and when we were up there, I looked at, there's 3 places with 2 tracks. And only one of them, the road crosses at a brace, and I know that wasn't it. So the only other 2 was one little spot clear down here where it goes into the trees. And it was truly just a dead end, not even 100 feet where they camped. It's no more trail. The other one would be this one that goes, and it doesn't even quite follow the top of the ridge. It drops down behind these parts and comes back. And that one, and for a total from end to the brace of the fence, 11, I Googled it through the search state, 1,140 feet, of which almost 1,000 of that is on the property, yes, but it's directly behind the target. So I don't believe. And the other thing I want to say is I did stop at a couple different times when we were up there with Otis. You can see the bike trail down below. There's evidence everywhere, but up there, there's not a bike track one.
I think we just need to
So
clarify
I
with the
I
BLM.
agree with Dossie that we need to work with Chad, Otis, and if you want to
Sure.
tie in, just so we get an idea of what the complaint was sent to BLM. And someone saying you're restricting access to BLM. So we just, in order to clear it up, it'd be best if you guys meet, if you want to facilitate setting that up. Point.
I would be happy.
Great. Okay. Well, we got you here. I know there's been, and we got county engineer Brian Edwards here. There was a request from the shooting complex for the county to do some dirt work out there at the shooting complex. Can you elaborate on what you guys are after?
Well, in the old days, before anything was built, the county came out there with all their equipment every night after work, and they built our ski clubs, they did everything. They drug the old building over to sporting play, they leveled out this, and they leveled out that, and these were all county workers on their own time, I would assume. So now, we have this new land, and it's all safe brush and everything else. And basically, what I wanted was to have a grader come out there and just go around our perimeter so that we could have a road around it And now we're in the process of putting when sporting place is having a big event, like for the kids and things of this nature, we shut down our 100-yard range. We leave our other ranges open, but the 100-yard range is shut down. So I thought we could put, that piece of ground over there is absolutely almost useless at the point where you've got the highway there and everything else. So we pointed it into the mountain. We measured it off. We could get maybe right at a 200-yard range. If we could have that 200-yard range, that would take the pressure off of all these ranges when we're having, let's assume we have a 3-gun shoot match, or in the old days when we had the governor's match up there, which brings me to another subject I got for you. We didn't have any problem. And when we had the big deal last year was the promotional deal with all the vineyards. It was a 5-day deal for them. And they had everybody, every manufacturer in the country was there. And we had to shut the range down to members 100% because they, for some reason, they did not want people to see their wares. I talked to people and I said, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. You think you'd want people in there to see your wares, all your new stuff. They said, no, this is only for the manufacturer's show. So we went along with that. We need a place so that people are members when something like that is going on, they can still go over here and use this particular portion of the range.
But your request is the county come in and
That was a 200-yard blinking range. Was what was requested.
Are you thinking, so it'd be a couple days of motivated bid, or what do you think?
Well,
We were talking to dozer at one point.
Yeah, I talked to Chip Ash and he came out there and I met with him. And to get the berms up there, I mean, you could mess around on and off for a week pretty easy. But there's dozer work and blade work. And if it fits in, it's an awesome place to train employees that need some more hours on a dozer. But it's.
well, I personally don't, I have a problem with it. I understand that the range is a great community facility, but it's also a facility that takes charge of the membership. And for us to, expend county dollars, tax dollars on it, it's nothing I would approve, my person.
I guess my point is that we bring in a lot of money.
We've had this conversation before, Otis, and I understand so do a lot of other
And
businesses.
all we're trying to do is better road property. Make your property much more desirable for people to come here to stay in your motel, be in your restaurant, and whatever. And that's what that's what we're trying to do.
Yes, sir.
I don't agree with you, sorry to say, but, past history, as Otis just pointed out, the county has done a lot of work out there. And I know since I've been a commissioner, we've done a lot of work out there. The last 2 years, we haven't given you any money for our special request program that we have. And I agree, Mr. Chairman, that it is a membership facility. There's no question about that. But you've got to have public. Pardon?
We're open to the public 3 days a week.
Yeah, I understand that too. And you are open to the general public three days a week. And so, I think it's a great facility, and I know you folks have been over backwards, trying to bring new shoots in. We have the governor's shoots. There's a lot of interest out there, and you do bring a lot of revenue out of it in Park County, Cody, Wyoming. So I'm in favor. What would you talk about, Brian, a couple days?
That's what we were talking about.
I would think a couple days.
Yeah, they could do a lot of damage, move a lot of dirt in a couple days.
Do a lot of damage.
I also
good.
realize there's a lot of businesses in this community that bring a lot of revenue to this county.
I totally understand that too.
And I wonder how many members voted for or against the 1 cent sales tax.
Probably a bunch of them voted in opposition.
So that's just where I'm at, but I'm one of 5.
And I was a big advocate of the 1 cent tax. I pushed it twice, lost it both times, but I'm not gonna hold them up because of it.
It's gonna go a little bit of a different direction from what Otis said. He thought that some of the original work was done by county employees, but maybe after hours or weekends that are members or choose to be members or part of the club. Is there any option for that type of thing to happen. I have no idea. I know Chip was in favor of trying to maybe help them out doing some of the work. But we have an awful lot of stuff to do on our own roads, and Brian has a list a mile long every time we meet of things that we need to get done. But I didn't know if it was possible to have, I don't want anybody other than county employees operating county equipment, that's not a question. But is there an opportunity to kind of multi this where if they want to go do it on their own time?
Idea that you said Chip brought up or something. I agree with you 100%. Funding special interest for a better term, I'm sorry. We do that already, and I plan to raise hell on some of the others.
Yep.
And which you may not like. However, in this instance, to use it possibly as a training facility, and if they could work it directly at the county's leisure, of sending somebody out there to learn how to run the new blades. There's not a damn thing they could really hurt out there other than maybe their fence, and learn how to run those. So we do have, we do have county operators that don't give them any time on a blade or any time on the dozer, because where they're working, they need to get the job done, and or they don't want to tear up mailboxes or county roads doing it. So it might be a good place for that, as long as they were patient enough to work it within the counties and Chip, in this case, Cody District, the Chip's recommendation of being able to use it as a training facility to come out as so there's no deadline or anything like that.
Yeah.
So therefore that I would support it in that
Trying
sense.
to wrap it up, but
Okay, in that sense, I would support it.
Quick question. The equipment's already gonna be used, whether it's being used out there or someplace else, so we're just talking about labor.
Correct.
Ballpark figure, let's 2 days worth of labor for a blade operator and a dozer operator.
So I'm gonna say probably 140, 150 an hour, 2 guys. It's
awesome.
Would there be any charge for the training?
I got some money by the board.
Anybody?
Charge for the training? If we were to use that, you're talking about our
I'm talking
people
about training our own
on
employees.
our own.
Oh,
employees.
no, we only have,
Okay.
we only have our county employees, but we have the employees that to learn how to run graders.
Mr. Mangle, do you have anything to say?
Do we have other county properties that we grade or that we actually have an upkeep on? That we could compare this to, or is this a unique situation?
It's a unique situation.
What is the feeling that the staff may be working after hours, or nowadays employees just don't go out afterwards and go to work?
we haven't breached that subject, you know, for them to volunteer their time after hours.
Do you have a training program at all for?
It's just pretty much on the job. Basically, they go to work at base, so they can't hurt much out there. Just
What we're trying to decide here, Commissioner
Mr.
Joe,
Chairman, I'll try to wrap this thing up. for you.
please do.
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the request. If there's a way to do it with volunteer work, that would be great too, but I'll make the motion, we approve the request. And they can let Brian Edwards and his staff figure out a time to coordinate.
Okay. Second out there.
Can I second for discussion?
Oh, yeah, you second for anything.
Would you be, second?
Okay.
Discussion.
Yes.
I would, would you be willing to amend your motion to use it as a training?
Well, yeah, I got no problem with that, but I want it done. Well, obviously, do you feel we have enough people that need training?
It never hurts, the more the better.
Okay.
I think originally we had talked about Chip doing it because Chip could go in, knock it out, be in and out of there quickly.
Yeah.
Chip's the teacher.
Chip's the teacher. That's true. But you know, if we wanted to do it as a training thing, it take longer. But you know, it's a matter of whether you want to get in, get out.
Okay, yeah, I'll certainly.
I think if you left that kind of Chip,
To me, it's all, would be all flexible. If
yeah,
you got time, fine. If not,
But it'll be a paid training
yeah,
exercise.
Yeah.
So really, that makes a difference, but if you want, that make you feel good?
I will.
All right, great.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the request request to do the work at the Cody Shooting Complex as a training model for county employees. On the equipment note, with these county employees doing the work, that is actually value of $150 or so. Maybe we should trade out a membership for the employees that are actually doing the work.
No, don't go there.
I can do that.
Now we're really
I can do
getting-
that.
I don't think you want to go there.
Maybe added value with like, hey, I did this lot.
Now, if they want to get the commissioners.
No, I'm not,
I can do that
I'm not
also.
going out there on the grader, but I think there is a value of our people doing.
I think all you should be members, and you should be able to.
I've been
see
in
what we're
off and on
doing,
in the past.
you know, see what we're doing. See
Well-
where your hard-earned money's going.
So the motion on the table is to approve the request, using it as a training model for county employees to do the dirt work. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed. Motion carries.
Well, you didn't need to vote. You
I know, I
just-
still did.
Oh, do you want it in the record?
No, no.
I have one thing I want to bring up to you.
Well, Otis, we're running out of time. You
Well, what I
want to
mean
drop
is-
that off?
You're gonna want to know it anyway. I'm gonna pass this on
Yep.
to you.
Yep, no,
This
I'll
is
be
when
wrong.
I canceled the governorship.
Okay,
You know, Cody wanted the governorship. But, you know, that is the agenda that Chris Floyd, who works for the governor, wanted me to agree to, and he wants every person who puts on the shoot to agree to it. And he cannot get anyone to agree to that. No person.
we'll take a look at this. I'll take a look at it.
I mean, he wants to tell them how much they can make, he wants to tell them what this, what that, he wants to tell them how to run their business. It would be like somebody, you know,
You can hand a copy to Representative Winters behind you too.
excuse me?
So hand a copy to Representative Winters behind this and behind you too. Next, and I'm gonna kick you out of here, Otis,
There you go.
but it is something to look at. Thanks, Tiger. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, gentlemen,
You bet. Thank you.
ma'am.
Take care.
Glenn, you want to take the hot seat? Representative Winter joining us here. Next up, we're going to discuss the 30 by 30. It's called all kinds of different things, but it is the Land Preservation Initiative from the Biden administration, otherwise known as the federal land grab. But we're here today. John, I know has a lot of concerns about it. You want to kind of brief us on some of your concerns?
Sure.
Get that thing off.
You got it. Just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, appreciate you being here. This is really a serious matter, not only for our federal lands, but our private land as well. Biden administration has adopted basically a global initiative to conserve, if you will, quote, in quotes, 30% of the land in this country and 30% of the oceans that we have control over by 2030. And that is also goes to, it's a, like I say, a global effort. These other countries are looking at the same thing, but we know how that works. It'll be the United States that does it, nobody else will. But we need to stop it if at all possible. Did you folks, have you had a chance to read what I provided? Good, thank you.
I don't know if we got that, John. We got the resolution from Fremont County, but I'm not sure we got.
I didn't get it. No.
That came a while ago. Did you send that quite a while ago?
That was for our commissioners.
Right, oh, yeah, we saw it.
As I indicated, it's a global effort, but more than that, it is designed to, it's all about climate change, man-made climate change. And that's the impetus behind the whole thing. And they're using this as an opportunity to gain more control over our land, the agricultural land especially, because that seems to be the most productive. And I don't know if you were able to
review an interview that Governor Ricketts from Nebraska had with the folks in Texas on this deal, but if you have a chance to look at it, if you will, worth your time. It's about a 30-minute deal. And I think I included that connection there somewhere.
We're gonna see if we can get that electronic from you. Because we're in the midst of shifting from a new administrative assistant, and I don't think we got a hold of that.
I think it was at WCCA.
Okay. All right, well, then WCCA would have it, we can get it electronic.
Yeah.
Well, it's called, it's in the, what do they call it? Nebraska. The American Stewards of, what do they call it? So many things going on. American Stewards of Liberty. They're the ones that's fighting this thing. And I'll just give you a little background. Margaret Byfield is the spokesman for it most of the time. She came to Riverton here this last week. Well, I guess it was
the 9th.
Yeah. And she gave a presentation. We had a commissioner from Bighorn County, one from Hot Springs County. And I really would like for you folks to be able to see it sometime, to hear her speak. She was born and raised in Nevada. And her family fought the feds for 13 years before they pretty much run them out of business. But she is since married and she's an attorney in Texas, and she's fighting this big time. So let's see.
Well, John, what do you feel and I know the answer to this question, but what do you feel the biggest threat to us in Wyoming is with this coming down? Because we have so much land that is quote unquote conserved already. I mean, we're probably way ahead of the curve. If you're talking 30, if each state had to ante up, I think we probably got some in our hip pocket. But what do you feel the biggest threat to us in Wyoming from this initiative is?
Okay. I'll tell you, it's wilderness areas, more wilderness areas, more national monuments, and our rivers are going to be attacked. Wyoming is unique in this way. Like you said, we have so much federal land, but the private land is the most productive, and it's going to be, they're going to attack it.
And I mean, I could see further restrictions on federal land coming down the pike, which could greatly impact us, especially in the energy industry. How would you see them attacking the private land? Would that be through water restrictions? Or
that could be, Mr. Chairman. The main thing I see is there are a lot of conservation easements out there already, and conservation easements are what the federal government is going to go after. Right now they're using taxpayer money to provide more money than what folks will lease it for, and it's a real incentive. But if you have to go into a conservation easement in perpetuity, we're in big trouble because they then have control of private land, and they can basically dictate what you do with that private land, and we don't need that. So, Leah, as near as I can tell, that's probably in Wyoming, that's one of the biggest concerns of these private conservation easements, because I know there's several branches of government, and we get money for it, but it's going to be harder to turn down when they really get to pushing on it, because they're going to be offering more money than they ever have, and eventually they're going to really push for this in perpetuity.
And I'm just gonna play devil's advocate real quick, but retired broke rancher. I've been getting up at 3 a.m. cabin for 50 years.
You're just a crusty old outfit.
I'm damn sure getting there. I'm looking at one too. But, and I get this, this unbelievable offer. If I just sign over and say my land's never going to be developed for anything, and it's just really tough for me to turn down. I got kids that are gone. They don't care anything more about it. And it's a chance for me to retire. And that's what you're seeing is tax dollars being used to buy those easements.
That's right. Governor Ricketts in Nebraska is very aware of this. And that's why he's fighting this so hard. He's probably the prime effort in this, in the middle to the western part of the state.
I just looked him up and there is a lot about
Yeah.
him and opposition. Commissioner Teal.
Mr. Chairman, I've read many articles on this. I subscribe to several magazines, but at any rate, I totally oppose this for more reasons, and I'd love to read this article. I'm not sure it's more of the same. Where I'm going to go with this is the fact that we've been asked to put together a natural resource management plan by the state, and which we did, and the reason for it was to give us a seat at the table to where our voices should be heard. We focus our natural resource management on multiple use. This removes multiple use. This is specific for conservation or wilderness. They want to take away from multiple use, of which we pretty much agree to throw a natural resource plan that we don't support. So whether it holds any teeth or not, the resolution that was put together by Fremont County, obviously some things that need to be changed. If we can put together something like that, and I'm asking if everybody else wants to, I'm willing today to do that. But if you guys want to read more onto it, I'm good with that too. But I feel that Park County should follow suit with opposition and resolution opposing the 30-30, in my opinion, because they've asked us for our input. We gave it to them in the natural resource plan. We should be able to back it up with this.
Well, and I agree. I think what we need to do is we got to flesh out. If we're going to have a resolution, we can look at Fremont County. But a lot of stuff needs to be changed in there, and I'm in favor of a resolution opposing this. Commissioner Sheldon.
Yeah, I mean, I've read quite a bit about this 30-30, and I'm very much in opposition to it. The one thing that concerns me, and I understand Representative Winter's concern about federal government using taxpayer dollars to purchase private conservation easements in perpetuity, and I think that's a very big concern. But my number one knee-jerk reaction is we're sitting here in the Big Horn Basin with 385,000 acres of identified LWCs, land with wilderness characteristics. And we've been fighting that now for 6 years, and we haven't been able to get anywhere. BLM promised us that they would come in and re-inventory those LWCs, which they haven't done. And if this thing goes through, that'd be the easiest thing for them to do. Take every BLM district in the entire West that has inventoried LWCs and grab it, turn it into wilderness. And that's a big concern. So I would be very much in favor of fleshing out our own resolution. My only question is, and I'll just ask for your recommendation on this, who do we send the resolution to? The president? I mean, I'll definitely send him a copy.
It won't do any good, I don't think. But right now, we're being recommendation is to send a copy to our governor and to this American outfit out of Texas. And that would be a start. We just need to go on record that we're absolutely against this, and we need to push the governor because he has a hard time making decisions. And he just needs to be led along, and I think he'll go along with it, but he doesn't want to rock the boat. So anything we can do from the local level, the better off we're going to be to convince him. And Pepper Ottman, a representative from Riverton, went to Casper and picked up the Sparga Byfield. It was correct.
stewards outfit. And took her back to Wilmington for this meeting that we had. And they were in Casper eating lunch, and who should walk up behind them but the governor? So he was introduced to Margaret Byfield. Pepper had also talked to him in Cheyenne before she left from the special session. And he seemed to think he knew everything about it, but he doesn't. But anyway, he has been told about it. He's met Margaret, and so I don't think it's going to take a whole lot to influence him to move forward. As you indicated, Joe, what was I going to ask you? Can't remember.
Those LWCs from BLM.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I won't hold it against John.
But I know what I wanted to mention was you probably all know who is now the Secretary of the Interior, and also who the Director of BLM is. They're bad folks. I'm sorry, but I can't help myself. They are not in support of the state of Wyoming or any other of its western states. It's all about getting rid of livestock grazing. And hopefully they have one objective in mind, and that is to bring it all back to natural state, whatever that means. And we all know, after being in the hills back here, and the Shoshone and the Teton rivers, that you have to manage the land. You cannot allow it to go back natural, because it does not work.
When it's natural, none of us are here.
One try.
I think that's the thing that bothers me the most, is this didn't come from the people and up through the normal ranks. This came as an executive order
Top down.
from the top down, and the people have never been allowed to weigh in on it. Even our federal legislative group has not been allowed to weigh in on it. And I think that's what bothers me the most is they never even ask
That's right.
the people that are affected.
You're absolutely correct.
But
Mr. Chairman, do we need action to draft the resolution? We need to wait till the resolution.
no, we can,
Mr. Chairman, with that, I move to draft a resolution opposing the federal government's federal land preservation to fit the basing on the similar Fremont County's resolution with the changes needed to fit our county.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that and recommend that we send it to anybody and everybody we can think of, for the president, all the way down.
okay, moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
John, thanks for coming.
Molly's got a lot of work cut out.
Can't wait to write up the resolution.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you folks looking at this. I had no doubts that it would come this way.
Yep.
You never know.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Winters, are you coming to Powell tonight?
Yes, I am.
All right, we'll see you there.
Yeah, that's another thing I was gonna mention. I don't know if we got time or not.
Go ahead. Yeah, you got
About
time.
the redistricting,
Yes.
that's a big item that's coming up. Like Clerk has said, the District 28, the district that I represent, is probably the one district that is going to influence the whole Bighorn Basin. And in the Shoshone meeting the other night, the majority of the group took a straw poll, and the majority, by a large margin, said that the part of Fremont County, which is Shoshone and Lysite, should all stay in District 28. So with that, we can adjust our boundaries up here. It's not going to be easy anyway, but we can do it, and it's based on a 6% variation, and we think we can justify that and defend it. So that's what we're headed for, and we have pretty much unity in the basin, I believe, to accomplish this. But I think the key was to get Fremont County to agree to leave their portion in Fremont County into the District 28. So that's where we're headed. There's gonna be a meeting in Powell tonight. And then also there's a meeting in New Orleans on
Thursday, yeah, Thursday, 18th.
So you're all welcome to come and see what's going on, because your voice is really important. We really work to get this thing, as Mike Greer, the representative from Washington County, said, this is like a family up there. I really believe that. We need to all stick together and move forward.
Well, that's what we've always had. The four counties are we kind of stick together.
Yeah, it's a unique area. We're surrounded by mountains. It's great, isn't it?
All right, thank you, John.
Thanks, John, appreciate it.
So next up, we have discussion on the letter on the Forest Service Tribal Management Plan, Commissioner Tilden.
Well, the first thing I would like to say is I'm giving attaboy to Molly. This is her first attempt at taking 5 different people's opinion, coming up with a letter, and you did a marvelous job. Thank you very much. You've all had an opportunity to read it, I hope, and I think she hit the nail on the head, and whether it's gonna be good or not, I doubt.
I just lost it. I had to reload SharePoint, so.
42.
Yeah, Dossie.
I just have one sentence that I want to talk about. I think the rest of it I agree with, the last sentence in the first paragraph. And I just think it has the word understand in it twice. And so I was looking at that word and thinking maybe the end of the sentence should be they were also difficult to hear and comprehend instead of understand, just because of the word twice.
And that's, yeah, I was, so did you make note of that change, Molly?
I did, yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we approve the letter with Dossie's recommended changes.
Second.
Yeah, moved and seconded, further discussion. Yeah, I think that was it. That was the only one I saw.
There was one other minor change that I put in there. You got that?
So I want to make sure that we're covering the fact that Cody Country Homes Association they're in support of four. Yeah. And so, yeah, in the event the Shoshone is to implement an alternative other than number 1, our county commissioners work.
Number 4 had that added trail that they wanted.
But it also, number 4, does number 1, and you guys are gonna help me on this, does number 1 give them the dates that they wanted that were in number 4?
No.
That was the issue with her that day. Is the
So-
dates are in number 1.
So why would we want to support that number 1 if it gives some shorter dates than number 4?
Because that's what the Snow Thing Association, the snowmobilers have always worked under. And for me, I think extending that date was just a piece from the Forest Service. So I think she talked to Bert, they say, we really don't need that.
Okay. Like I said, I just want to make sure we're. All right. Moved and seconded.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I got one other comment. I asked a question the other day. I thought it was a winter closure on Icer Lake, and I went back to the EA and looked it up. And it's a summer closure, Icer Lake up there on Park Mall.
Yeah. All right. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You can get that, if you can get that ready for signatures before the close of business today.
Yeah, Molly, I would suggest emailing that today and then go ahead and send a hard copy. Deadline tomorrow. Thursday. Yeah, Thursday.
All right. So does Kathy have to be out there?
Well, we have things to sign since Joe has to leave.
Oh, you have to leave?
Yep.
Oh, all right, here's that part for everybody. And then let me see if she has anything else. Have anything else that needs all signatures?
I can go straight, I was gonna ask you something. You said Chad was out of the office, stuff yelling Chad.
Yeah, I didn't say even know this week. I don't know about all week, but I know it's out.
We were at that. WCCG.
He's made several comments.
That should be information I got. That would be
He's been,
definitely knows about it. He was against it.
Maybe more to come probably.
Saying he was against it.
Okay.
That anger. That was before I hit my second year.
Up in the morning, of the morning.
These are that were.
And the prime rib was good. I remember that.
that's why they couldn't come.
Yeah. Yeah, what all kinds of stuff.
I was the other day on Facebook, and they said this build back better. One on Facebook said, "Build back better, why don't you put it back away?"
Yeah. Could you imagine? You have a question? What is it?
These are the listed names. The front page doesn't have the rest of the pages.
Then it's just a typo. It needs to be. Check with Molly. Did Molly print those up? Okay, yeah. Yeah, we might.
So were they PDF? Or were
Can
they
you
Word?
remove the draft watermark?
Can we remove it? So we just might.
Is the signature page draft, Colleen?
Huh?
Is the signature page draft? No need to sit back there.
I know.
Sit right there. Okay.
You're just gonna have to get up and move anyway.
All right.
Oh, a couple of weeks ago, yes, yes.
Good, well.
I came back part-time, last week.
I finally threw up my hands and said, I give
Yeah,
up.
just.
No, no, that's not an option. Sorry.
I'm Becky. I'm Kimberly. Nice to meet you. He knows the Kathy. Oh, okay. Amy Kathy.
So I don't, oh, no, wait, no.
Yes.
I did hear from Jan Ford. That's a good one.
3129.
Yeah, that's a good one. If you even bring it up. They're eating their own.
Wonderful. Yes. Mhm.
I'm really sorry. I have a mess.
All right, next up, Kathy Lincecum. County Partners to brought some proposals. You presented to us earlier, you brought some proposals for utilization of the kitchen at the library, bistro and the entire facility.
Right.
So take it away.
Okay, so just as a quick reminder, what you asked us to do last time is to check into liability insurance, and we found that the $1 million coverage plus renter's insurance is actually very affordable for us. We also have a letter, actually, I apologize, I forgot to attach it. I have a letter from the health inspector that basically says that she's very familiar with the kitchen, that it's basically ready to go. The only thing is she would need to come in and make sure that all the hot things stay hot and cold things stay cold. But I said it didn't make any sense for us to do that before, there was a go ahead. So that would be the one step remaining with that. And once again, that's very affordable. And you also asked me to speak to the director of the library. And so I thought I'd bring her as a support and let her just say what her impressions are.
You want me to go? I'll go, yeah, I'll go now. So, Kathy came and met with me, and as soon as she told me who she was, her organization, I said, boom, yes, we support you 100%. I think it's a fabulous partnership with the library. It makes sense in that space. It's a nonprofit. I think the community would come there just to support. It allows the group of adults that she works with to connect with the community. And of course, us being a library, it makes perfect sense because we can fully support a nonprofit. That's part of the community that we probably underserved. So it'd be a wonderful opportunity for us to serve them better. And yeah, I think it just makes absolutely perfect sense. We've discussed our hours that fit with them. And yeah, I think it's just an absolute perfect fit for the library. And I think there's a great opportunity for both of us to work together and expand more. And I really fully believe the community would fully support that, because different than maybe a operation in downtown where you're solely focused on making a profit. Here it's more about really providing that social connection and that work opportunity for disabled adults. And people are to come to the library and be very open to working with this group. And it gives them an opportunity to connect with people in the community, because we're not serving tourists, we're serving community. And so, yeah, I think it's just a fabulous opportunity, and we're 100% behind it.
Great. So you provided us what you think your startup expenses, ongoing expenses, and what you're asking from us is a approval to use and a rate of rent.
Right. Right. And 2 people of your 5 said $1 last time, so I took that to heart. So, but obviously it's up to you. But yes, we would really appreciate your endorsement for using that space.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, do you want to enter into this on a yearly basis then, or what would your proposal? I didn't catch that in your.
You're right. I didn't say that specifically. I think that it would make sense. At first, I had said that we couldn't sign a lease for a long period of time. That was really before I understood how much money it would actually cost, because I didn't want to get upside down where we're paying for something that we're not even able to use. But I know a few of the people in our support group have said, it's probably that we have to give it at least a year to see, how it's going to work. It's not going to be turnkey by any measure. So I think we would be willing. I have to take it to my board, obviously, but I think we would definitely be willing to sign a lease for a year.
Okay.
Well, then, with that, I think it's a great opportunity for what they're doing. In the past, I've been opposed to private entities using it for their private business, but they're filling a need that I think is well. It really helps. It shows our county cares, and I appreciate what you're doing with that. I move to accept the proposal that's written from the First Partner for lease agreement for 1 year.
How much you gonna charge?
What's in the proposal? $1.
$1. Okay.
Oh, it's $1 for the whole year or $1 per month?
The way she bargained. You sound like a horse trader.
I appreciate it as a monthly expense, so I'm gonna rack you for 10, 12.
Oh, okay, well, we can do it. We can handle it.
$1 a month. So I need a second.
I'll second that. Just a question on the previous cafe that we had in there, it was probably hard to separate the utilities that are used. So we covered the utilities as well. So that was just one of the questions that I had. HW, and it wouldn't be that much. I
Only
don't,
more than $1, but.
yeah, it's more than $1, but I will second it with the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to accept the Cody Partners Cafe proposal for use of the bistro at the library. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Can we clap? Yeah, very excited.
So obviously, the next step then is for us to sign a lease with Park County. And I do have a copy of the previous lease that Mr. Garza provided to me. There were just a couple things in there that I wasn't completely clear on. I just wanted to ask a couple questions if it's okay. One is, in a few different places in the lease, it talks about signage. Now, I'm not planning to put up a McDonald's-like sign outside the library. We can afford that anyway, but, you know, we would have no intent of doing that. But I know previous tenants have posted flyers in the elevators of the building. Karen shared with me that, you know, they have a little sandwich board that goes out in the front. It almost sounded like you didn't want us to do any advertising at all, and I.
Well, a little background on that, when the library was built and the bistro was developed, there was a lot of push, well, the county shouldn't be getting in competition with private business, so there was not gonna be allowed any outside advertising. I think flyers, I don't think the intent there is to that was my guess. My understanding was you couldn't take out ads in the paper and promote your business, but I think we're talking about a different animal here.
Mhm.
And you're not a for-profit company, corporation trying to compete with local businesses. This is a training facility that happens to produce a product. So and I'm just going out on a limb there, I don't see a problem with advertising what you're offering.
Okay, including in the paper or anything like that?
Where does the board fall?
I totally agree with that. And I mean, in the future, in the event you really start making a lot of money, we might have to adjust the rent.
Sure, sure.
$2.
Yeah. Write that down.
I didn't say $2, but I didn't say an hour.
Could be a day.
And the other one thing that was in the lease that I just want to clarify, Mr. Garza had told me that basically the space is ours to do with what we please. And there have been some things that have been, some ways that the space has been closed off and whatnot that didn't please other people in the community. And we don't have any intent of doing that. But one thing we do hope to do is use it after hours at times for some things like meetings and preparations for the following day, and also even potentially for producing some of the sort of craft or handcraft type items that we are working on. And my understanding from him was that that was okay, but in the lease it says, you know, solely for the purpose of a cafe. Well, I mean, you know, I just want to clarify that it is okay to do these.
And those after hours things, obviously get with Karen and work on.
Yeah, she actually said that would be
And
okay.
if we need, if you see that and you see a way to adjust that language,
Okay,
you can make those adjustments and we will do the final approval on the lease.
okay, perfect.
So Molly will have the lease. If you don't already, she'll get it from
Okay.
Mr. Garza.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
If I could, one other thing we need to take care of in the lease as far as, you know, who's responsible for all the equipment up there and all of the maintenance and cleaning of the facility and those types of things.
Yeah, and I think that was addressed in the previous lease.
Yes.
It wasn't previously,
Previous,
started being nonprofit with no money, so that's my only question.
I think in the previous lease, it basically said that things that are in, and this is also what Mr. Garza said to me, but that things that are in working order when we take it over, that, you know, we're expected to take care of them, obviously, and there is just the usual aging that happens. So if a refrigerator that's been there for 10 years breaks down, that would be covered by Park County. That was the way I understood it. So
if you're comfortable with the current language in regards to the equipment, and if you're, you know, and in the current lease, then we're good with it.
okay, so
But like I say, get with Molly, or if you get a copy of that lease,
okay,
if you have things you want to, suggestions you want to make changes to, do so, and then we'll get a draft copy.
and we send it back to her.
Send it back and we'll approve it. Or not approve it.
Okay, okay.
We'll look at it. I
but
don't
most
want to
likely-
let them say we're approving it.
All right, and that doesn't have to happen at a meeting like this, it could just be,
it'll probably be a consent item, an item on
I
the
see.
consent agenda. We just have to have the lease from
Record.
you. Once it's cleaned up in the way you want it, the way we want it, then then it comes in front of us for approval.
okay. Okay,
No, I think it
yeah.
sounds like a good idea.
Possibly, but I
You
think
do that at your next meeting?
we can, the December 7th, probably.
Probably, yeah. As long as you guys get it worked, if you get all the details worked out in time for it to be in front of us, yes.
Does that mean then that it would take effect right away? Wow, exciting.
Yeah, it's whatever term, whatever written in the lease, but my assumption is once it's signed by us, it's going forward, and I would assume it would be signed on the day of approval, which is more than likely December 7th. Okay?
Great.
Anything else? Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Buck.
Thank you.
Looking
Thank you.
forward to it.
Thank you.
You make cinnamon rolls, that's the only thing.
You know,
Maybe
if
the
we have
second
to,
one.
we might.
That might be in the lease.
All right.
And radio ads cheaper.
I
heard that you guys thought.
It's a nonprofit, you can do that.
It's a nonprofit. Well, we give a discount to nonprofits.
Thanks very much.
All right, thanks,
Appreciate
y'all.
it.
Take care.
Well, I missed the last meeting. That just sounds like such an awesome idea.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's a fit that we've been looking for.
I think so. So will they have food available that you go and purchase or?
I guess that's my understanding.
Cool. Oops. Thanks. All right, lunchtime then? Yes. All right, cool. I'm ready for that. I'm ready for lunch. Oh, and so you got,
Oh, it hasn't been.
oh, the other Lisa. She's ready to go through. Yeah, a couple more things to sign.
Okay, you better hurry, I'm out here.
Yep. And then we'll just take care of this later. We'll take care of this later. Instead of trying to rush. Clear last page. And I'll teach her that. I'll get her to.
We're not there yet.
Scott, we're not done yet.
Yeah, no, we're not done. Oh, you guys are done with this much
I already
though?
have that much.
Oh, perfect,
We-
okay.
We was told the match for one, for now, we will discuss it.
Oh, perfect. Joe signed it. Okay, did Joe sign it already? Sorry, I didn't realize when is that one up?
Don't lose it.
Sorry, that was my bad. So. And it's because we have certain books that they all get scanned into our IDOC system and we all
I just have to.
stored in book stuff.
Yeah, that's all.
There's only one.
Yeah. And anything else you have to say, just, you know, down.
Okay. We have anything? Did you, yeah. The minutes. Yeah, so, and then, so then, and so then.
And that's how they have
So whoever bought
Send.
it. Or.
Oh, really?
Steve in my office.
Yeah.
Okay. And in our. This brown folder is my office. And then I just add stuff. Same with when I send the minutes to the newspapers, once they're approved, then I have to send them to the newspapers and I send them to IT and.
Acceptance request.
Anyway, then we multiply this page.
Shooting on levels of state showing single person.
You know, sometimes they're done.
So they cancel all that.
So then we have.
They just have board, we're gonna back up.
And then these of course are what they did this morning.
Why did
So
it
this
change
was
the
the
rules?
subdivision, the lower.
Well, I'm gonna, that's what we'll find out, because that's that outdoor rec office, which we didn't want to have.
They print
in
what
the
they
first
need to
place.
print, and then they
But,
always mark, and then I'll attest everything, and then I'll get it back to you, what you need back.
No, this is stated, this is Wyoming
I don't know
outdoor
what
rec
it is.
office. This is one that-
Yeah, but they're like a trickle down of what we're
Oh.
through us into
And
things.
then, so yeah, then we'll go with that. So we don't have to do that. And then I guess.
Well, I'll reach out to the governor. Let him
Okay,
know,
did they get?
because it was a big great event, and
They
then
were
the
successful.
people that came here,
The Wyoming
like-
Coalition.
the Cody Shitty Conference.
So I think let's, and,
I don't want people to think I don't like Cody Shitty Conference.
oh, this was just two copies. So we'll just put it in. And then like that was paid, so you don't have to print it. I will.
What I would like is
Oh, there's less.
for the thing about not interviewing
Okay.
and re-upping is that, you know, like Scott has never met them, and interviewed them, then I think they need to be interviewed. So, yep, there's no- anyone that's, because we kind of got in a jam a couple years ago on that.
Okay, Molly, so we're gonna just set anybody up for interviews that applies for those board positions, whether they're reappointments or.
I know it takes up more time, but I think Commissioner Chilton is the one that started.
I don't agree, but that's all right.
Well, the only, like I say, the only thing is, if Scott's never,
Scott, yeah.
or, I don't think there are any so old that.
But I mean, Scott should certainly trust our judgment.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust
Here from the
me.
government, yeah.
Well, can we give them at least the option though? I mean, you know, Nevin Jacobs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
We'll go through the
I'm
list.
just saying, if they really want to reappoint it, they'll be here as a request, not a mandatory kind of a thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid we're not gonna have empty seats and have to advertise.
Well, if you make it voluntary, nobody's gonna come.
Make it, are you saying make it voluntary for the incumbents?
For the
The only
incumbent.
difference is he's on the rec board, so he knows.
Well, I know, but there could be other boards.
And he's been on the right board a long time.
But he
I don't know,
Oh, yeah, I'm on the right board, yeah.
trying to decide with Joe here as to whether.
I understand the wish.
Guys.
Is it a waste or isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, it's your-
Strongly suggested.
If you want me to waste 2 hours of my time, that's fine. I'll be glad to do it.
Right in public service.
But like, so they're like always marks.
Well, I think it re-ups
Just like
whether
that,
they're
so
really.
they know where to go. And so, yeah, there's all these lease agreements and stuff. That's
We don't
all
have
in
anything
front, so
else.
that's no big
It's gonna be a day
deal.
time to be gone. You guys.
Oh, good.
That's
We
right.
knew you.
No, it's not.
Sometimes.
We'll do them on December 7th.
Yeah, okay.
So if you.
All righty, I won't think you're both
Still
doing
there,
anything.
well, then they go right over.
Good luck.
And then some.
Yeah, go wear that shoulder
All
up.
right, I won't.
Argentina is so much.
You're not gonna do a red
And then
deer
it
or
just.
black deer or.
Argentina is so much fun.
You know, all this stuff. they have
Alrighty.
there,
So I
like
think we're
that,
good right
dogs
now.
running around.
The open, the stag's not.
Yes, and that's a lot.
I went on Tuesday, that's down there. Yeah. And those are pretty.
I had a kick.
Yeah,
I was guiding them and that was fun.
I had a guy and
I don't know.
he was a roar, he used his
What can
voice.
we do with this? All right.
It's just like calling out.
Yeah.
The hardest thing I had being a guide down
Sorry,
there was
well.
convincing my hunters that they really needed one because there's so many damn stags around.
What do we do with that?
Just mute it and video off. Is all I've done.
She's checking.
There you go. Scott can drop down. Hey, next, Stark County Planning Director Joy Hill, consideration of land use GIS support proposal for legacy works. See Doug's back there. Do you wanna, you can come up here if you need, Joy might need support.
I can use all the support I can get. So, in June, I was approached by Legacy Works, as well as Arthur Middleton. He represents UC Berkeley. And they had a lot of questions about ag and wildlife migration and corridors and land use in Park County. And at that time, I don't think they were quite expecting me to have a lot to say on those subjects.
Excuse me.
And so after several hour conversation, we came to realize that some of the GIS data that my department has would be useful to their efforts. The problem was that our data maybe isn't in a condition that would be perfectly suitable for what they need. And so following that discussion, we determined that they might have some GIS resources to help fix those layers or produce layers for us that they could then use as part of their efforts. And so they have made a proposal after some discussion as to some things that they could offer that would help, in particular, our land use plan efforts, since that is up and coming and there is some data that we could use to help that particular effort. And so you'll see in this scope of work, they address an agricultural overlay. As you know, we have an agricultural overlay for the county that was developed way back when. It's not really accurate to where ag activities are occurring in the county. So they've offered to develop a new ag overlay layer for us, which we then can incorporate into the land use plan and potentially use later for zoning and things like that. A new subdivision layer, we have one to start as a foundation. It just needs some cleanup work, needs some new attribution. And so they produce some estimates on time to do that work. A subdivision lot layer, knowing the outer boundary of the subdivision is obviously important, but knowing how many lots are within and how many of those lots have actually been developed or not over time is super helpful. And also it assists their work in trying to determine where fences may be placed, which may potentially serve as a barrier to wildlife migration. They offer a data visualization tool. This would be something cool to show the change over time, subdivision development potentially. And so they will produce a simple user interface that can explore with a sliding bar those changes in development over time. Natural resource layer in particular, we're looking at the water feature layer because our river layer is extremely coarse at this time and oftentimes does not even come near where the actual river is. And so they're looking at obtaining data from other sources, not necessarily creating a brand new river layer because that would be a lot of work. But if we can find something that's better than what we have now, that would at least be more useful for our land use purposes. So those things being considered, in addition to the administrative work that they would need to do to keep that work going, they have offered us a total project estimate. The total estimate ranging between $9,250 to $14,000, and are offering, if we were to cover 50% of those costs, they would be willing to cover the other 50% of those costs. And so I ask for your consideration of that. And further, since there will be a data exchange, and that is mentioned in the proposal, I would recommend that the county somehow enter into a data sharing agreement with this entity to make sure that they understand we're absolutely going to share the data with them, but we wouldn't want any further like sale of the data or, just kind of the standard language for sharing our data. Certainly we're not going to charge them because they're producing it, but just to ensure that the data is properly used after it's shared.
Well, real quick, and Doug and I spoke about this stuff and about what you do before, but just give us a real brief, synopsis of what Legacy Works is and does.
You bet. Commissioner Chair, the commission, we are a nonprofit, so we are not a consulting group. We don't charge for this sort of work. We work with communities across the West to assist them in developing the community-related data systems like this. We've done some work in California with communities, counties there around fire, around COVID outbreaks, things like that. So we've got a lot of experience in that data. We also work with communities to identify projects within communities. We've done a ton of work in the Teton Valley, the Idaho side of Tetons, in helping communities bring together nonprofits, state agencies, local governments to get on the ground projects done, creek restorations, pathways. We have some projects. Here's an example of a project that we're working on in Teton County, Idaho. We're working with ag producers there to see if early runoff can put out onto fields, and then if it will return later in the summer to the Teton River and actually increase irrigation flows late in the summer when it's critical. Also helps fish and things like that. And what we're doing is working with downstream producers, ag producers, who are paying the upstream producers to put that water on the fields early. And so they don't, the downstream users don't have to pay really high prices from the Island Park Reservoir for their late season water. So that's just an example of the kind of thing that we work with. It's both economic, it's conservation related, but it's also community development related. So we work principally in the Santa Barbara area of California, in the Baja region of Mexico, and in Teton Valley, Idaho principally, but also Teton County, Wyoming. And I retired here, and I've been on the board of the Legacy Works for 6 or 7 years. I became a part-time staff member. I took culture part-time to work with a collaborative group here that Arthur Middleton has kind of put together to work with private landowners to see what kinds of conservation and economic kinds of projects that we can do with the landowners that also benefit. Our goals here is thriving ag producers, ranches will produce good wildlife habitat, particularly in this region because of the dependency of the big ungulate herds and so forth on private land for winter range, seasonal movements and things like that. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. This particular project, we have done a very, very similar thing with Teton County, Idaho. Their GIS system was not in real great shape. It was sort of adequate, but we went in and had a similar kind of arrangement where our team got publicly available data, did the work for the county, the county's data, and we used some of those data to do some of these projects that I mentioned, like this the water project. And so we did some of that work. So it does benefit us, but principally it's not really the reason that we're proposing to do this. This base data is really important just for community planning. And so we're not making any advocacy statements. We're not making any recommendations about the decisions that you make. It's really about just putting the data in place so that you all have something that you can make good decisions from, the community can make good decisions from. And will we benefit from it? Will we use it? Yeah, but it's not the principal reason that we're doing this. If that was the only thing, we could do it sort of in-house and kind of keep it. But that's not the purpose. The purpose is to give y'all in the planning and zoning department a leg up for this land use planning stuff that's going on. So I'll just close out with saying we're not an advocacy organization. We don't do that. Okay, just come alongside communities to help out.
Mr. Chairman, a question for Joy. I thought of it earlier. Anyway, I think this could be very, very useful information. I think it's price is right for a bit of that. But my question is could this possibly be something that we're contracting a consultant to our land use plan, so that we're not going to be double dipping here into getting the same information from possibly one of those if we've narrowed down to 3 and I read through them, but you understand it better than GIS part. So I guess fill me in. Do you think? I know too much information is you can never have too much, but I'm just saying we're not going to be paying for the same information twice, are we?
No, we did not ask for this data as part of the land use plan. It is hoped that a new ag overlay will result from the land use plan, but literally this layer will need to be part of the land use plan decisions. So we could be saving ourselves a lot of effort on the land use plan by having just that layer alone. And the timing is perfect, because they have people ready to do this work, so.
So follow up on that, Joey. This is information that the consultants would need to move forward with the land use plan.
It would be
Rather
helpful.
than producing to move forward with land.
Exactly. And
We didn't ask them for this.
We did not.
Yeah.
We have offered this data to them in the state that we currently have it, which is not very good. So now we can offer the same data, but it will be much better.
What's the timeline on?
Depending on when we can start, we can probably have this done around the middle of January, maybe the third week of January. The guy that'll be leading the project has got a window of time right now to start like from now to mid-January, which he's got, less other demanding projects.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. When did you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Follow up on the timeline?
Yeah, if we can start very soon, then we can have this done by the second or third week in January.
Of 22?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just a few questions. Now, this is data that we already have that you're taking from the county, or were you use your the geospatial tools to come up with additional data that you could use?
It would be both. So there are layers that Joy's department has, but we would add publicly available data to this. So for instance, in determining irrigated ag lands, there's some good remote sense data out there that's free. And so we would bring that in, we do some work with that to enhance the data. So there's 4, 5, 6 different publicly available data sets that we would add to the data that Joy already has.
Could this information also give us an idea on groundwater flow, underground water flow? We've been dealing with subdivisions on that, and there's been questions on that.
No. The short answer is no. The long answer is that is a really complicated modeling process. And there is kind of a lot of cutting edge work being done by NOAA and some other places on that, but that's way beyond what we're talking about here. It'd be nice though.
Yeah. So what we're up against is our procurement policy. Says that if we go above $5,000, we have to put it out for basically bids or proposals. I don't know if this is kind of a different animal. We're not seeking this. We're not going out and asking for this. This is a proposal coming from them. But I guess the question for the commissioners do we need to limit this to no more than $4,999, or can we move forward with this? You can't get this information for this price. You can't get that kind of information for this price. And I think it's a great partnership. But that's the thing that we have out in front of us. I'm just throwing it out there. Everyone's going, no, you're not looking at me.
Mr. Chairman, I do think that this is an unusual animal, as you put it. And the fact that it's a shared cost, that they're willing to put in 50% theoretically, and we still may be under that 5,000, we don't know until they get to the end. That's the hard part to decide here, and given all of the parts of it that are on there. I know what our procurement policy says. I also think that there's times that we have to look at those things realistically and see what's best for the county. And I think at this point, this proposal and what we have, I would rather see us just move forward with the proposal as it stands. That could be a motion if you like. I move that we approve the proposal as presented.
Second, with the fact that our procurement policy does have a little bit of exceptions for specialty contracting and specialty items. So I believe that but yes.
Well, I just want to bring it up. I mean,
No, I agree. I second, I think that.
Okay. And you're gonna work with a data agreement, use agreement? Okay, and you guys are good with that, Doug?
Absolutely.
And then they'll provide the contract.
Didn't have it looked over, but. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks,
Thank you
Doug.
very much. Appreciate it.
It's a pretty exciting project. I'm kind of an advocate of the data geek myself, so be able to see that kind of stuff is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's a fun project. There, it might open up possibilities.
Yeah, find your.
Yeah, Rick. Next up, we got final walk off, WACHOB. Yeah. Deal with your kid. Next up, Park County Planning and Zoning, Kim Delavan and Patty Elfa, final plat view for Cornerstone. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know you know this, but I just want to remind you that we're also seeking, should you choose to, a motion to approve the subdivision improvement agreement along with this final plat. So the applicants for this are Kevin and Allison French. This property is in GRP zoning district. Planning is Cody Powell Rule. We did receive the final plat application for this subdivision on October 20th. And then we did receive a revised final plat on November 1st. We did receive the draft subdivision improvements agreement on October 5th of this year, and that was approved by the county attorney's office on November 12th. The applicant requests obviously approval. This will be a 5-lot subdivision, 1 lot 6.24 acres, 1 lot 5.81 acres, 1 lot 5.84, 1 lot 7.96, and 1 lot 5.74 acres, all for residential use. Again, the applicants also request that the county commissioners approve the subdivision improvement agreement that you had a chance to see. It addresses utility, roads, and drainage, and I think maybe some other minor improvements. So this property, you all know, it's located just about 2/10 northeast of 2/10 of a mile northeast of Ralston. That's shown in figure 2. It's on the north side of Highway 14A, on the east side of County Road 14. I mentioned this is in the GRP zoning district. These lots are consistent with that zoning district. In terms of neighboring land uses, we have a map showing that. It's in figure 3. This property is surrounded really by a mixture of residential and agriculture. Also, I've already mentioned the highways. There are railroad tracks not far away, and there's an irrigation canal close also. This property is currently vacant. It has been irrigated farmland. There's a gentle slope in it. It's not within a mile of any municipality. This, of course, is final plat review. A public hearing notice then was not required. And Mr. Chairman, we've not received any public comments. So the county commissioners looked at this sketch plan. That happened on, and that was approved on September 20th of this year with conditions. So in our staff report, starting on the bottom of page 6 and over onto page 7, we have all those conditions. All those conditions have been met except 7, and that's essentially dealing with public works, weighing in and approving improvements that have, my understanding, that have yet to occur. Road construction, signage, naming, maintenance, and a runoff and erosion control plan. Otherwise, I believe all the conditions that you have been met. Plat Review Committee met on October 27th and looked at the final plat. There were some corrections that were identified. Those corrections and changes were made. Then we did get the final plat, the revised final plat on November 1st of this year. Mr. Chairman, essentially again, we do recommend, or if you choose to approve this, We recommend two separate motions, but we think they can go into one resolution. And we're happy to answer questions that you might have.
Awesome.
Have one on the improvements agreement. There's a statement in it, I guess page 4, second paragraph, there's a statement about a potable water system to be completed within a 1-year date of the subdivision plat is approved, and that's crossed out.
Commissioner Overfield, Mr. Chairman, I don't know why that was crossed out. I don't know any specifics regarding that.
The applicants here, do you have any comments on that or your engineer?
Commissioners, Nick Hummel, Engineering Associates, potable water for the subdivision will be for wells. So within a year, the applicant doesn't need to put any wells on the property. He can sell the lots, as individual purchases happen, they'll then go through the state engineer's office and do the wells.
Good. Okay. Questions for staff? You want the subdivision improvements agreement first and then?
That would be fine, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the subdivision improvements agreement for Cornerstone Minor subdivision.
Second.
Second. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve minor subdivision 59 final plat review.
Is there a second? It really sucked to die for lack of a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Great. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin. Thank you, guys.
Colleen, do you have a number for us?
Sure. 78.
You're welcome.
She is right there, standing, waiting for the chair to vacate.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming in.
You guys. Thank you. Next up, we have Park County Treasurer Barb Foley as request for a new position. This change in how the taxes come in has created a lot of consternation and work down there in the treasurer's office. Would you like to elaborate a little bit, Barb?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Board, I appreciate it. Basically with the new mineral bill, and what we perceive as the workload with this new bill, basically the reporting, the collection, keeping track, the monthly payments, disbursements. At this point in time, we feel like we need a full-term position for this. We're not sure what's going to affect down the road, in all honesty, what the workload's going to be, but from all the research we've done and working with the assessors, it's going to be a huge addition to our department. Also, as I stated in my presentation I sent to you guys, we do have one person retiring next year, and so a lot of my knowledge for my taxes will be leaving that 12 years experience. So I felt like this is the time that we really need to dive in and get someone trained on all of that. Plus the workload to the treasurer's office is unbelievable.
Well, just correct me if I'm wrong, and I mean, for the edification of the public out there, the reason they pushed this new bill was the mineral company, the energy companies could wait a year before they had to pay their taxes, and that gave you 1 year that they stated there's a big chunk of money not getting collected. Now they've moved it to a monthly collection, which means you've got those payments are processed on a monthly basis versus a yearly basis. Am I
correct? Yeah.
And so it's obvious there's going to be more workload.
Plus the deferment, because the second half of this year's taxes, plus all of next year's is on a deferment program. So till 2035. So that means every one of those payments come in we have to have the skills to put it back into the system correctly for that tax year. You know, there's a lot of, that from what we're understanding, also the collection at year end, if they're delinquent, it's our responsibility to check and make sure after 2 months, 3 months, if they're not paying, we gotta start finding out which companies are not paying. And then if they're under 30, they go back up over 30, they gotta go to a different program. I could just entertain y'all after.
Darcy.
Isn't part of this, or would part of this position also be with dealing with how that affects all of the special districts and
Correct.
that these taxes go to?
What we're looking at is the liaison, to build up a liaison to work with all the districts, to work with the assessor, the tax roll, everything, so that when budget comes, we have, because Pat, like he spoke, the assessor, he doesn't have the time either, so we're hoping to work together, the two departments, to build a liaison that we can depend on to contact all the special districts.
In addition to the new mineral tax collection process, you, in an email you sent to us, you've had an increase in motor vehicle of a little over 1,100. And then that's an increase in taxes over 1 year, 1,900 parcel average.
Yeah.
1,900 increase?
That's, and what we're
Up to-
pulling it, yeah, what we're pulling it off of how many taxes we printed. So from last year when we printed to this year, it was around 1,900.
So we're seeing the influx of all these, but that's
Mhm.
1,900 new properties over an
And-
average.
And if
above
you think
average.
those we touch twice a year in the
Well, no, I
office.
mean,
And the motor vehicle, we touch annually every year after that. So the workload just continues and I feel like it's going to.
Understand.
Chairman and commissioners, and since I've been here, I've seen a steady growth in the community, and we just get busier and busier. You know,
It's kind of,
it continues to grow.
yeah, you can't have more people showing up without having more stuff to do. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, with that, and realizing that Barb and I had a discussion about our budget, and we may have to look at that toward the end of the year, because this, of course, was not included in her original budget, so we may be looking at a transfer at the end of the year, if in fact our budget doesn't hold to do this. But with that, I would make a motion that we approve for hiring as presented the positions that you need.
I will second.
move and seconded. Further discussion.
I just want
Go
to add real quick. So when we're sitting up here, we're listening to developers tell us on how much money they're bringing in with new taxes. Just remember the cost to the county and everybody else.
And also, Mr. Chairman, when the legislators make new rules, and new ideas, when it costs our county strings
We-
attached.
They were warned. They were warned. It was, they were, and it, you know, it was some legislators trying to correct some issues that some of the other counties have had, and it's been big issues for other counties when they're not receiving their multi-million-dollar tax payments. That can impact them greatly. So, but it's unintended consequences. That's where what happens with a lot of this stuff. So with that, moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Can I say one thing to let you guys know? Our December renewal cards, when the programmer got a hold of them from our office to their office, it dropped off 2 decimals. So our first batch of 5,000 cards went out totally incorrect. So if you guys get any calls, they are reprinting and they're putting on it a big corrected. But just letting you know, so like postage is $1 usually, it showed up a penny. So just heads up, if you start getting calls, and I appreciate the newspapers to help us out there, is if they are sending them out, it was an error, 2 decimals got dropped off, and of course it was close to 5,000.
It's gonna cost me more money.
It's gonna, well, yeah, it probably will cost you more than what you got in the mail, because probably got $8 one versus 800 or something. And so we did not realize it until the first customer called. I apologize, because we had no idea that. But things happen. I mean, things happen, and it always seems to happen with me. But I just, in case that comes up, you guys, and we get questioned, that's what happened. And they are reprinting them. No, I still have that little thing in my
Sure.
office. Okay.
It was a mistake. She was trying to be nice and pay my daughter's taxes. She didn't tell me that she was doing that. And she didn't
There might
realize
have been
that
a
they were already
reason.
being told or paid out of her mortgage.
That was really nice of her. We won't get rid of it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Next on the agenda, we need to approve part-time circuit court magistrate Jim Davis. There's a time lapse between Judge Waters retiring and Attorney Dara being appointed. So Jim Davis has volunteered to be the part-time magistrate.
Both,
But
that's both, Mr. Dara and Judge Waters have agreed to that, so,
Yeah.
So they contacted us to try to put that in place.
we need to get it done so that the business support can continue.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So you want Mike up here now?
Well, yeah, Mike. get up
It
here and give
slows the
us
court system down even more.
Yeah. Well, I'd really like to go in front of Jim Davis. I was in the mountains with him 35 years ago. As a lowly wrangler, he's the one that taught me how to throw the diamond hitch.
Do you know how long he will be the judge?
I think it's only about a week or
For 10 days.
week or 10 days between whenever Judge Waters formally steps down and Joy Dara is appointed.
December, probably.
So that's what.
Okay, what's this?
Well, last minute thing, apparently a translator station blew up in Clark. Mike Hunter's gonna come give us an update. They said the translator was still on. But we'll know here shortly. Suspense is killing me.
Could we just have Lloyd drive by?
Take pictures, let us know.
You can see it from the house.
Okay.
I used to be able to, but I don't think there's anymore.
We'll see parts of it.
Parts of it might be on your wall.
That's part, most of it's probably a self. I wonder how communication was then on that fire. They had to go truck to truck because they couldn't go through. That's supposedly what that's for. It's like a repeater.
Clark Fire District hooked up to that, aren't they?
What's that?
Did Clark Fire District hooked up to that? They should get notification, right? Clark Fire?
I would have meant what I'm sure they responded up there, yeah. And then, but we have a mutual aid agreement with Low Power and Company. The emails I get, it looks like both.
How many are on Clark Fire?
What's
How
that?
big of a fire department is Clark? 5?
Member wise?
Yeah.
20.
Oh, okay.
They got, I think, three trucks, 3 or 4. And then ambulance for first responders. You know where it's at?
Yeah.
It's right past my house.
Hopefully they're not getting notifications on the same cell phone you got.
It's tough to get volunteers out there because of the lack of calls mostly. People get bored.
Yeah. They still go through all the training stuff though.
What's that?
They go through the training, right? Fire school and all that.
Yeah.
Sort of.
They got 15 to 20. Get your hands off the keyboard. They got maybe 5 that
Have gone to fire
know how
school.
to pump. And maybe another 3 or 5 that might know how to drive. They There he is.
Come on in, Mike.
Hi.
Bring pictures?
I have a few. He sent me the preliminary, he's taken probably 200 or 300 pictures up to the way it's out. So let's see, to start off here, I got a call, strange message this morning saying that one of our sites up in Clark blew up. And well, it's a radio site that's up on top of the huge hill up in there. I got hold of Pete DeHaan, one of our radio techs, because he knows the site better than anybody else. We were kind of suspicious that the roof maybe blew off, because that's happened in the past. But as he was going up the hill there and he started noticing pieces all over, the wind picked it up sometime overnight and completely obliterated it. It is in small pieces up there. So Pete, being the guy he is, started cleaning it up. But it's a way bigger cleanup process than what he can do. He's picked up all the equipment that is salvageable at this point. I don't know exactly what that is yet, because since that site went down, we had to get hold of most of the emergency responders. Guess what? They got a big fire going on up there too, right? So, well, that repeater isn't functional anymore since it was laying upside down. We don't know what shape it's in right now. So I guess the next thing we got to do probably is that site sits on an easement on private land, and it's our mess, and it's kind of all over up there now. Everything from small pieces of wood to huge pieces of fiberglass. Pete's already picked up a lot of the fiberglass, but he says there's way more up there than he can get picked up. It's on the private land, we're probably going to do that. He said, plus all the junk from the building that's all over now up there. He's put a lot of it in separate piles already, just drug it around and trying to get it to weight it down because the wind keeps cropping up to about 100 miles an hour up there, literally 100 miles an hour up on the top there. So, but he's thinking maybe a dump truck and a payloader or something to load things up and haul it away, and then what to do for all the fiberglass. I don't know what we got for bodies to go around and pick it all up, but he said it is literally all over the place. So
that's what I was, first thing I was gonna do is,
or you got to hold the hands and
yeah, get a hold of hands.
he's already called Warren to give him an idea that
Yeah.
something happened.
And then, I don't know, thinking and talking at the same time, which can be a problem, but do we want to task Road and Bridge with trying to get up there and get it? Or are we gonna look at private contractor to get it?
I touched base with, I'm sorry, I keep interrupting.
No, go ahead, Mike.
I touched base with Brian Edwards and Brian Beavers. They both said that they're willing and able to do whatever needs to be done up there. I don't know if we want to be sending their guys up there to be picking up fiberglass or not. Pete actually offered to try and round up the crew of kids or something to try and go up there and try to pick it up, maybe in the weekend or something like that. But the way the wind's blowing up there by the weekend, it might be gone. I don't know.
No, then it's not our problem.
Well,
So like,
kind of judgment
Who's the
call.
landowner? Is it Schneider?
No. I think originally he was part of that whole process up there, but it's that hill right above where the monks are at, I think.
Yeah, I know where it's at. Schneider owned a lot of that, but it's been so long from them. I was just thinking I could reach out to them and find out.
The whole top of the hill is, it was originally owned by, it got bought up by a couple of Catholic priests out in Michigan. Apparently they never made it to their retirement home and now it's sold again. And I've got the guy's name because he actually started contacting me back when I was in the hospital. He didn't leave me alone. He was talking about trying to get his road improved and things like that and whatnot.
when you're talking about fiberglass, is it fiberglass insulation or
Yes.
insulation?
Insulation. So, and that's what's so crazy up there. He got a lot of it picked up. He had a whole little garbage bags that he's pretty much used up right now and picking up as much as he could. He's given up for the day because he says it's too tough to work up there right now with the wind blowing as hard as it is. He's had some walls and whatnot back and forth.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as far as the cleanup goes, I would suggest that I have no problem reaching out. I'm sure Schneider has some made input still on it. I mean, his son is the head of at any rate, and I can work with him on the cleanup. But I feel that we should probably hold off until the wind dies down a little bit, otherwise you're gonna get somebody hurt picking up a sheet of something.
Does the wind ever
Just,
die down?
I'm sure we can work with the
We're
wind.
talking about sometime in June.
We'll get up there as soon as we can. I mean, I have no problem reaching out to them.
I don't think we need to we don't need to micromanage this. Work with our teams and see what you got, who can do what, and
I mean, as far as the building pieces and stuff like that, because there are some big pieces and small pieces, chunks of wall, stuff like that, whatnot, that's gonna take a dump truck and a loader of some kind to get that stuff out of there. So, and Brian said whatever it takes, they'll go up there and do it if they have to.
So who else uses this repeater besides emergency services for Park County? Is there anybody else? No?
It's a global repeater that we have out there for any services that need to use it. I mean, typically, for the most part, it's activated when something happens up in Clark. So not a lot of calls up there, but when they happen, they're usually kind of crazy. Like right now, they got the fire going on up there. They're not using that repeater right now. They're using something else. I'm not sure what.
Except that it's emergency services only. There's no private company using it
No
or
private companies.
we
It's
don't
all
have any lease
do you have a
partials to it.
right.
do
So
you have a portable repeater that can be utilized to do the same thing?
I think we might be able to throw something together. We do have one temporary over in the EOC that we had on hand for that kind of stuff. I don't think it's ever actually been used. It's a Daniel system that we might be able to get up and get it going. So we were tossing that around a little bit here before it got too, most of it's been notifying entities that it ain't there anymore. So like Powell Ambulance uses it when they get calls over, their Cody does when they get up there, the fire departments, all that stuff. So got them all notified and whatnot, so they do workarounds in the meantime. And, there is no other site up there that gets a lookup like Lime Creek and places like that, covers those areas that the dead Indian repeater just won't. So, the new landowner has actually built a house up there. I can't say I would have done the same thing with the winds they have up there, but that was his choice and he's doing it. Apparently they just had a site set up that he was gonna build on and they found out it was too windy, so now they put it on that. It's gotta be what, it's gonna be on the west side of the hill where he's building into the side. But you'd be taking the wind straight in his face the whole time, I guess, for getting that view up the canyon, so. Yeah, interesting affair.
Well, move forward, but we need
I'll do a building.
and then it's an like I say, it's obviously an insurance claim.
Right.
We gotta look at getting it rebuilt.
Yeah, we're tossing around some ideas for that. Again, we got 100 by 100 foot square up there. And it's pretty, I just looked at the easement again and it's locked down pretty tight. We can't really move it out of that 100 by 100 foot area. And we're tossing around ideas for everything from Connex containers to who knows what. It might work up there, but don't think so. I don't know. It's just an idea. So,
drill and anchor.
Heavy foundation and full block concrete.
Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah, when we get to that point, we can do that. I'm not certain the way this thing, that building, it's old, no doubt about it. It was from 1980. It's had the roof going off at once and it had a they put a slope roof on it to try and keep it from blowing off again. And at that time, they put screw anchors into the ground and anchors up into some 5x6s that were up through the roof on the top of it to hold it down, hold them right out. So, yeah, so I don't know if a block would survive up there either. You'd think it would, but we'll entertain those ideas, I guess, when the time comes. For the meantime, it's trying to get the mess cleaned up and maybe think of some temporary fix to get it up and going so they have some kind of communications up there. I'm not sure what yet, because I think the repeater's in a Pelican case, so I don't know if that'll sit there either without anchoring it down.
Okay, well, thanks for the update. Keep us posted on.
And then just tell Road and Bridge and Buildings and Grounds to do what they can do, and then we decide on what to do with that fiberglass. I can see what we're paying them guys for picking up fiberglass, but I don't know, maybe they got some ideas.
Track costs involved. If there's ways, yeah, have track their time.
Okay,
So, I mean, I don't see where that's not gonna be part of the claim submitted.
I would guess it would be too. I should mention, the property owner has some damages he's claiming too. So that'll be coming back. Apparently he ended up with some damage to a vehicle and some windows on one of the outbuildings or something like that. I have a sneaking suspicion we'll be hearing more from him. So, guess we'll go from there.
Okay.
Sorry for the bad news. I had other plans for today. This is all I've been doing since it started, so. Thanks again, guys. How if you got any questions?
Thanks, Mike.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Great. I have a chair only file. Oh, a blue one is blue
Yes.
folder.
I'm sure it has it for you. And then did you see that one I needed you to sign?
I just did.
Okay, I'll take that back and look at that. Email to them. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Mhm. I'll be, I'll screen out. Oh, well, this is. I got one that's for everybody, so.
And then on the, did they bring the resolution yet? The other one?
Don't know.
Okay, so you must see that. You can look at the map.
That's our letter.
Oh, okay, so you're such a short stamp on that. That resolution, yeah, I've been on that before, can I pass it?
Yes.
So you can click on certain things and you can see where easements are. Roads are. He was.
You want me to stamp Joe or?
Yeah, Sam Joe was good on that one because he,
Yeah.
first time I ever used my stamp as county commissioner.
Lights.
So.
Yeah.
She might already give me. Or maybe it's in mine.
It's outdated.
Yeah, so.
She's got the resolution right there.
Oh, yep, just put absent for June.
I can do that.
You got a paper clip?
Very good.
So he would help bring an interface.
At least give us a.
But he wanted.
It's got, did you duck out?
I'm worried with it. Yeah, that's that fast.
Find them integrating. He's fast. That's what I was kind of thinking, but then you guys weren't looking for him. So somebody realized if there was redundancy between a consultant for that reason, if you're already getting that information.
Oh, you don't stamp it, you,
No, he was absent. He voted on the
last one.
Yeah.
He's gone out of here. Said he was like add a slash, add a. It's right here. Are you in texting?
I'm gonna text him, make sure. Dawson can sign up.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll be looking at. Why did you take off? You must be here. Oh.